ज़्यादा चेयर সেশন মানে সত্যি কোনো মানে হয়?
কোনো মানে হয়?
না, কোনো মানে হয়। আমি তাই ভাবছি সবাই সব এইসব জায়গা সব কি বাবা
তারপরে
আমরা ভুল আমরা
Yes, presidency is the contract.
In fact, মনে হয় reaction to something that I wrote, কারণ এটা আমি লক্ষ্য করেছি, it's a pattern. Every time I write something that the BJP finds fundamentally annoying, they get as a participant. So that they can stand. It's as simple. Public does it. And sometimes I join in this fun because I think it's great fun. We are reacting to what I'm doing.
Yeah.
আজকে গোটা তিনে এরকম প্রোগ্রাম মনে হয় ভীষণ ছোটে আছে।
Yogendra Yadav and Professor Abdul Samad Gain from Department of Political Science, Presidency University, to take their seats and begin with our inaugural session for today's debate. Before we proceed further, we request all our attendees to take their respective seats and cooperate with us.
বিয়েতে কথা যাচ্ছে
Namaskar, Suprabhat, a very good morning. Welcome to all of you. Today is a wonderful opportunity for us to be here in this auditorium at Presidency University, named after one of the greatest sons of modern India, Prashanta Chandra Mahamanabis. On the occasion of the Rajashri Basu Memorial Lecture Program, it's my privilege, just being a representative of this institution, of the Department of Political Science, to extend warm welcome to all of you. As part of this particular responsibility, I need to present for you a bit more. First of all, I extend warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nirmal Narayan Chakraborty, despite busy schedule for being amongst us today, sir, please accept our loving, warm welcome. I would like to extend warm welcome to the President of Council for Political Studies, our most respected Professor Tapon Kumar Chattopadhyay. Despite being an integral part of our entire efforts, sir, on this particular occasion, once more, we would like to extend our loving welcome. Please accept it. Before I come to somebody amongst us, I would like to extend warm welcome to the honorable guests, invited speakers, whom you will find in successive business sessions. All of them are right now. I would also like to extend warm welcome to the participants, respected teachers, and particularly our very, very own children, our students. This is a wonderful moment. In many ways, it's going to be significant, and you will come to understand that at the end of the day. So I won't consume much time. The welcome is extended from the podium on behalf of at least 2 organizations, I must mention. First of all, Council for Political Studies, for your kind information, those who know, okay, but this is an unbelievable academic responsibility which has been played by this organization during the last 52 years. Yes, started journey in 1972. Council for Political Studies is inseparable from Presidency University, from the community known as political science students and teachers, as well as ordinary many people in this particular group. I would also like to extend thanks from the point of view the institution which you are right now here, Presidency University, formerly Presidency College, formerly Hindu College, need no introduction, but as a very ordinary citizen of this country, I know this institution has played that particular role, leading the lamplight inside, which can stand for justice, truth, love, democracy, secular, and all those values without which modern civilization never can be called a civilized one. Presidency University stood for that. And the last but not least, we are here, special welcome. Please bear with me. I am extending to one for whom I don't have the capacity to introduce. I will leave it to the president of this session, Professor Tapon Chattopadhyay, later. Yes, our loving welcome to Jogendra Jadhav, sir. And in this particular account, I have special request to our students. Please give him a standing ovation, please. With this few words, I would like to hand over to the chairperson of this session, Professor Tapon Chattopadhyay. So we are waiting for super active, day-long engagement. Okay, thank you all once more. Please accept our loving warm welcome. Thank you.
I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor Nirmal Narayan Chakraborty to give the longer letters.
Good morning, everybody, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. On behalf of Presidency University, I welcome you all to this interesting lecture session today, organized by the Department of Political Science of Presidency University in Colorado.
সাউন্ডটা বাড়িয়ে দিন, কিচ্ছু শোনা যাচ্ছে না।
Since this is being organized as a way of paying our tribute to Rajashree Basu, who was a very close friend of mine and colleague for many years at Rabindra University. So I join you all in paying my tribute, respect to our departed colleague, Professor Rajashree Basu. We have a galaxy of academicians here today who will throw light on the different aspects of the focal theme of this lecture session, the 18th Lok Sabha election and the future of Indian democracy. Democracy, the word democracy, is perhaps one of the most used and also perhaps one of the most abused words in contemporary political discourse. Everybody claims to be democratic, Representative democracy, as it is generally called, has been articulated in great detail to make democracy work. For a significant time in human history, democracy was treated with great suspicion and fear. It is not difficult to think that in prehistoric conditions, physical strength, wealth, tradition, taboo, religious attitudes, etc., facilitated the rule of the one or the few over the rest. This form of political structure has been challenged in the course of history with mixed success. Although in the 5th century, Athenians could be said to have introduced democracy into their political system, rule of the people, quote unquote, as the Greek word demokratia implies, it was still a limited democracy, for it excluded females, slaves, and xenoid, non-citizens, where all these groups together made almost 3/4 of the city's adult population. But even this limited form of democracy prompted Plato to warn us of the possible threat, the possibility of democracy degenerating into what is called ochlocracy, the rule of the mob. The power of demagoguery, manipulation of the crowd sentiment by rabble-rousing speeches, with which we are all familiar every day, almost every moment in our life, promising assistance of various kinds for specific communities, have been on the rise in the name of democracy. This results in manipulation by a hidden oligarchy that is inimical to creating and maintaining a sound government. The Platonic apprehension has resonated in the thoughts of many political thinkers. One is reminded of the American satirist H.L. Mencken's comment that, and I quote, "Democracy is a pathetic belief in the collective wisdom of individual ignorance." And we are all familiar with Churchill's view about the democratic system as the least harmful system of government. These cynical views, of course, miss the point. Yet, one cannot brush aside the justifiable claim of the many to be the source of political authority and the danger of the collapse of this authority into either ochlocracy or hidden oligarchy. And herein lies the dilemma of democracy itself. To address this dilemma, many institutions and practices have been introduced. The hope was that these political institutions and practices would prevent the collapse into ochlocracy or hidden oligarchy. The challenge before us is to structure the political system and reform the political practices so that popular consent
can be successfully applied to the administration of the government without falling prey to mob rule or tyranny, failure to do so would deprive democracy of its benefits. I believe that the distinguished speakers gathered here today will throw light on these challenges and enlighten us on the dangers and prospects of present-day democratic institutions in India and in the world as a whole. And especially, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Yogendra Yadavji for kindly accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address today. And I'm sure that all the lecture sessions later on will really enlighten us on the different aspects of the focal theme of the lecture session today, namely the 18th Lok Sabha election and the future of Indian democracy. Thank you very much all for joining us.
Well, we are waiting, all of us, anxiously for Yogendra Yadav to come to the dais and give his lecture. He needs no introduction, but for the sake of formality, a few words about him. Yogendra Yadav, he joined the CSGS New Delhi as a senior research fellow, and while being there, he did very good research on Indian democracy and elections. And then he left this academic world and he became an activist. He was one of the founders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Later on, subsequently, he founded the Swaraj Party. And after that, he established a broader platform, the Bharat Jodo Abhiyan. So, he is a social activist, a political activist, and at the same time, his lectures are wonderful, beautiful. Wherever he goes, wherever he gives his speeches, it has a mesmerizing effect. I hope today also it will have a mesmerizing effect. Yadav Joge, please come and deliver the keynote.
Honorable Chair Tapan Kumar Chattopadhyay, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Nirmala Narayan Chakravarti, Honorable Head of the Department Abdul Samad Gayanji, all my colleagues and friends and students gathered here. After such a bombastic introduction, the best thing I can do is to keep quiet, because after this I can only ruin my reputation. But I have next 45 minutes to ruin it fully. So let me go ahead and try and do as bad a job as I possibly can. I'm grateful to the Presidency University. It happens to be my first visit here. For some reason I've been to Jadavpur, to Kolkata University, but have not managed to come here. So I'm grateful. Grateful for Council for Political Studies for this opportunity. And I must say I'm grateful to Shobanda. Basically it was his orders. And for some reason which I can't quite fathom, I've seen him as my teacher. He's never been my teacher. I've actually interacted very little with him. But in my mental image, Shudiptada, Parthoda and Shobanda are my teachers. So when he wrote an email, this is like an order to me. And I'm very happy that I got this opportunity thanks to him. I must begin on a note of confession, which is that I actually feel very conflicted about the discipline of political science. I notice that the discipline is doing very well because more and more students are opting for it in all universities. And I'm always confused. I make it a point to ask them, but why do you want to study political science? The most common answer, unsurprisingly, is that they want to do UPSC, which is very good. And I feel good that political science is considered a subject worthy of the UPSC. But the answer doesn't quite satisfy me. I ask some others, they tell me because they want to become teachers of political science, which is a very nice thing. But what is the point of studying political science? To become teachers of, so I become political scientist in order to produce more political scientists, in order to do what? It's not quite clear to me. Historians, I understand what they do. I understand what they do and why they do what they do. Honestly, it's less and less clear to me what skills, what understanding does the discipline of political science offer. A part of it is retrospective wisdom after having left the discipline. But I must confess a lot of it was the case even when I was there. And I used to say that there is a difference between political science and political sense. And I didn't see much of an overlap between political sense and political science. It used to trouble me then. It troubles me even more now. Not because I underrate or underestimate politics. I've invested my life into it. Not because I don't value academia, scholarship, world of ideas. I miss it and I feel very bad. I crave for it. But this peculiar combination of politics and ideas, which is packaged in the form of political science, I feel more and more distant from it. And I would really want younger colleagues to, maybe take 1 month off from whatever we do, exams and everything else. I mean, I often say universities are unnecessarily burdened with the business of ideas because exams and degrees leave no time to the teachers. And to burden them with this very unreal expectation of producing knowledge is very unfair. But if you can take some time off, maybe a couple of weeks off, set all our textbooks aside, set all our categories and syllabi aside, and just sit down and ask ourselves, we live in one of the most vibrant political countries in the world. What do we want to teach our next generation that will make them make sense of this world of politics? What do we need to teach them? What do we not need to teach them? What skills do we need to give them? Do we need to teach them only how to write essays? Do we need to give them some skills? That's a question I would really want some, I really feel my generation failed. But maybe your generation can do better. We are, my constant joke is that if you had entered a Rawlsian universe where there is that veil of ignorance, where you know everything about the world except one small slice, that's the Rawlsian game. So if you were in that universe and someone told you everything about India, except the state of social sciences, and then you were asked to guess which discipline will flourish in India and which discipline would be terrible, my guess is that you would say history is unlikely to be taught in India. History as a discipline, because we Indians are sort of not quite there. We don't make a distinction between history and present. So your guess would be history as a discipline will not take off. And political study of politics will flourish in this country, where everyone is a political scientist. Every panwala has an opinion, which is not worse than the opinion of a university academic. Both of them could be wrong, but the degree to which they are wrong is not very different. So in this country, our guess would have been to say, study of politics will flourish and study of history will not even take off. The reality, as we know, is somewhat different. And that's an interesting question to see. Why is it that we've structured the discipline, these formal disciplines in a way in which there still is such a huge gap between political sense and political science? I know that's not why you've invited me, so I'll get on to the job. But I just wanted to leave this thought with some younger colleagues in the hope that they can remedy what we face. I must thank you for the title of today's seminar. And by placing the elections in the context of future of Indian democracy. Because there are two ways of understanding elections. One which is now called psephology, a word that I've never quite understood, but a word that has been applied to me and to many of us who do those things, which has become narrow and narrow and narrower. In its most narrow form, it takes the business of forecasting elections. Interestingly, so much of the discussion after elections is not about what people did, but why someone failed to forecast it and why someone got the forecast right. And that's weird. It's one of the most weird things for any society to do, to say why someone, to analyze the forecast rather than the real outcome and what human beings did in that election. That's what's happening. The other form that it has taken is a statistical analysis of the voting behavior based on surveys and so on, which is very valuable, which is necessary because that's an elementary building block without which you cannot make sense of what's actually happening. But that's not all that there is to it. I say all this because I'm fully aware of the fact that I have contributed to both the crimes that I've just listed. But when I look at it, I really feel that what we don't do about elections very often is to place it in the larger political context. Elections are a political event. And that's what psephology has forgotten. We talk about elections in ways, sometimes I listen to television discussion and I feel it's almost like analyzing a cricket match. And of course, I always believe that cricket commentary is infinitely more sophisticated than political commentary. And I mean it absolutely seriously. No cricket match would end by a serious commentator saying that the team which won the match was good at fielding, bowling, batting, toss and everything else. No serious cricket commentator would ever say something as stupid as that. They would say, well, they began well, but it's in the middling over when facing the spinners, they were not quite up to it, and those 5 overs cost the match. But in politics, and this is going to happen 3 days later, mark my word and please watch the discussions. The usual discussion, the usual thing is, whoever won the elections, they got everything right, and whoever lost got everything wrong. This is the level of our political analysis. That's why I think I really mean cricket commentary is infinitely more sophisticated than political commentary. So I'm grateful that you've chosen this topic, which places the elections in a larger political context of our democracy. And that's what I plan to do. So I plan to, instead of just plunging straight into the elections 24, which I have something to say about, I begin by saying something about democracy, and I'm glad the Honorable Vice Chancellor said something about the Greek origins and how the word was so very different from what we make of it today. So I'll say something about democratic theory, then say something about contemporary India, and then come to the elections and say what I think the elections were all about. 24 elections was all about. What has come out of it and what are the challenges? First, a word on democracy itself. And I think the entire world should be grateful to Donald Trump for opening our eyes. If you permit me a silly limerick, I said, this Kabir Doha, Guru Govind do khade kaake lagu paay, Balihari Guru aapke Govind diyo dikhaye. So I said, Kamla Trump do khade, kaase karu sakhaye, Balihari Trump aapke America diyo dikhaye. What it does is that it has truly shown us the face, which has been under the beautiful way of great democratic dream. Fortunately, thanks to Donald Trump, we actually get to see the US of A. We get to actually, it will soon be hidden from it once again. Once again, lovely stories will be woven around it. But for a moment, you see the emperor naked. That's what we have seen. And it's only fair that in the light of that, we revisit this word democracy itself. For far too long, the beauty of it, I was in Nepal the other day, and I said that, we are living in a great moment, because no American now can give me lectures about democracy. And no Indian can give a lecture to Nepalese on democracy. And the Kathmandu elite cannot lecture people in Madhes on democracy. And it's such a democratic moment, isn't it? No one can lecture anyone else about democracy. On a more serious note, I think it's time to revisit a story. For far too long, we have been told a story about democracy. And that story has been transformed into a theory. All theories in the world are nothing but consolidated versions of stories that we like to tell ourselves. The story is this, that there was this great moment in ancient Greece where something called democracy was invented. Its truth was closer to what Professor told us. And then human beings discovered it about 400 years ago, 500 years ago. And gradually, now that we have seen the light of the day, now that we know the perfect political order in which human beings can live, we have gradually got into democratization. So, from darkness to light, from authoritarian, monarchic, aristocratic rules to democracy, there are countries, so we are all on a path to democracy. Some are ahead, some are behind. There are aspirant democracies, there are established democracies, and we are all making a transition to democracy. And there comes a moment where democracy is the only game in town. That is a story which has been converted into democratic theory in the discipline of political science. Now, the funny thing about that story is that the story is completely false. Earlier I used to think that this is a story of Europe, that it's a biography of Europe which is being imposed on the rest of the world. Now I believe that it's not even the biography of Europe. It is an autobiography of Europe. This is what Europe wants us to know about them. This is not their own life. I didn't know, like most Indians, I didn't know much about each European country and what was happening, and I still don't know very much. But whatever I know, I'm absolutely convinced that in this respect, and in so many other respects, we are victims of Europe's autobiography. We are not trying to relive their life. We are trying to relive the life that they want us to remember. That is a tragedy. So I think it's only fair to think of, and the best way therefore would be to simply see democracy as an aspiration, as an ideal, which is not realized anywhere in the world. And that all over the world, we have hybrid regimes. Of late there has been some talk of hybrid regimes. And of course, all these theories are invented only for the global south. All we need to do is to say, oh, how lovely a theory. Let's extend it to the US as well. And for far too long, we've taken a province called Europe far too seriously in the history of the universe. So I think we live in a series of hybrid regimes. And some time ago, John Donne has, for the last almost 15-20 years, writing consistently to unmask this picture of democracy that we all believe in. Professor at Cambridge, one of the few political theorists who actually shed some light on politics. So he's been unmasking it again and again. And I think the simple proposal is that, why do we use the word democracy for two very different things? One, for an ideal of a system where every citizen has equal control over decisions which affect their own life. It's a beautiful idea. But why do we then use the same word to describe actual entities? This is the same conceptual trick that was played once upon in the name of socialism. Socialism was the name of an ideal, and it was also a name that many countries in this world had adopted for themselves. Fortunately, no one took that very, very seriously at that time. But somehow we tend to take this word self-description of democracy more seriously than it deserves. So I think if we begin to retain the word democracy for that ideal, for that aspiration, and for actual political systems that exist all over the world, we find expressions that actually fit their political system. I'll just come to my understanding about how we should describe the Indian political system today. And we can do it without using the word democracy. We don't need to use that word to understand what's happening. I think a sense of, if we give up this story, a teleology of democracy, and if we say there is no finished product democracy, there is no correct checklist, that this ideal is realized in different parts of the world, in very, very different ways, using very, very different institutional mechanisms, and realized in fairly varying degrees. And there is no guarantee that once you've reached a point, you can only go ahead. You can actually come down very routinely. So if we have this unvarnished view of what democracy is, especially when studying actual political systems, we would be far more advanced in making sense of the real world of democracy that we see around ourselves. Let me say something about today's India, the larger picture of where we stand, which connects to the point that I've just made about hyphenated regimes. I think what we have witnessed in the last 10 years, 10 and a half years, is not adequately captured by saying that we have seen a challenge to democracy. That's an insufficient description of what's happening. My proposal would be to revive a concept that we political scientists have not taken very seriously and not placed centrally. I would urge that we need to revisit that concept, which is that of a republic. The word republic, we political scientists have reduced simply to any regime that does not have a monarchy. And if you actually look at it, then you wonder why is it that you actually needed the word republic in the constitution at all? And this insistence on democratic republic. Arey Baba, democracy ho gaye na, to pura ho gaya kaam. So what is it that republic does? I think there is, so I used to believe that it's a superfluous category, just a sort of slightly stylized, ornated word that we have used for ourselves. Over the last few years, I've changed my opinion, and I think that we need to invest much more in this expression, because republic is not merely, I mean, it's not just any regime without a king, and it's not any democracy. The word republic reminds us that there is a political community, and that political community has to have a certain understanding, a certain vision, a shared vision. So, a political system which has a political community with a vision, that is what the word republic reminds us. The reason I'm attracted to it over the last few years is that if we actually see what is being destroyed in India in the last 10 years, it's not just democracy. Of course, democracy is being strengthened. It is republic that is being dismantled in India. That is the deeper challenge of what's happening in our country. It's not merely democratic protocols. I mean, the emergency under Indira Gandhi had done much of that stuff. It's a repetition of that. But something deeper is happening here in the last 10 years. And that deeper thing, we begin to get a grip on that if we recall the word republic. Also, the word republic enables us to connect to two things. One, to the tradition of Ganarajya that we had in ancient India, which is insufficiently studied. Maybe I'm mistaken, but whatever efforts I've made over the last few years to understand more about the conceptual universe that informed Indian republics in ancient India, there isn't, I don't get much on that. Maybe it's my limitation. But A, we need to invest into that. Second is the European Republican tradition. You have a full-fledged Republican tradition, and of late in political theory as well, in Western political theory, there is a revival of republicanism thanks to Philip Pettit and some other theories. I think there's a lot for us to learn there. I have a very instrumental approach to Western political theory. I just pick whatever I like, and I just close my eyes to whatever is fashionable right now. You know, we can do without that. We have to be instrumental. We have to say, you know, this makes sense to me in today's India. The rest may be great theory, maybe they are great thinkers, but sorry, I don't understand. I can't waste so much time on whatever is the latest, whatever is the most fashionable right now. But this Republican tradition and its revival, Republicanism as a form of understanding society and a way of deepening our understanding of democracy is something that we can draw on. So, my proposal is, I'll just sum it up telegraphically. I think what's happening in today's India is that the first Republic of India is over. The Republic of India that was inaugurated on 26th of January 1950 came to an end somewhere around 2019. You can say 2014, someone would say 2022, whatever. It came to an end. And there was a design to inaugurate a second Republic of India. The first Republic with many of its key attributes, which was spelled out in the Constitution. Democracy, federalism, secularism, certain notion of social justice, and so on. That Republic actually has come to an end without a formal announcement. and there was a full-fledged preparation to inaugurate, again without formal declaration, a second Republic of India, which would be a feasible version of Hindu Rashtra, because you cannot completely realize whatever Savarkar may have said 70, 80, 100 years ago. So the 21st century realizable version of that, where secularism was to be seriously rewritten, where federalism was to be, we were not quite federal at any point, but Indian version of federalism was to be further pushed in the direction of unitary government, where parliamentary form of government was to be turned into a de facto presidential form. This is what one nation, one election is all about. And where social justice architecture was to be bypassed. You can't dismantle it from the front door because it's electorally very costly, but to do it from the back door is what the design was. So we were, a year ago, we were at a point where the First Republic had come to an end, and we were about to be pushed into the Second Republic. Specifically in the case of democracy, and that's where the hyphenated thing comes into play. I think the way to describe India of 2014 to 2024 would be that India was competitive authoritarianism. Political scientists all over the world are now trying to discover new words to describe their system, because the word democracy does not even begin to capture what's actually happening on the ground. So a fair, and then in our anger we say dictatorship aa gaya hai. And then they say, of course, what is the dictatorship? Mr. Yadav is giving a lecture against Mr. Modi all over the country. Where is dictatorship? So we need to find more apt descriptions for what's actually happening. For the last 10 years, we had competitive authoritarianism, which is to say a country which has very strong authoritarian streak and systems, but which allows moments of genuine political competition. If you look at Turkey under Mr. Erdogan, it's a classic textbook competitive authoritarianism. Hungary under Orban. In fact, Sri Lanka under Rajapaksa. These are all competitive authoritarian regimes, where the element of competition is not unreal. There is a possibility of the ruler actually losing elections. A possibility, but that moment is reduced only, so that competitiveness is only episodic. And for all practical and normal purposes, it is authoritarian regime. And my understanding is that after 2024, we were about to enter from competitive authoritarianism to electoral autocracy. What is electoral autocracy? Electoral autocracy is typically Mr. Putin in Russia, where it is straightforward autocratic rule with a certain pretense of elections. And incidentally, all 21st century authoritarian regimes hold elections very regularly, because it's absolutely 21st century model of authoritarianism is very different from the model that we had in the 20th century. So, and this to my mind is the significance of 2024 elections. 2024 election was about making a transition from competitive authoritarian regime to electoral. And 24 election was about seeking popular mandate for this transition. This is the significance of 24, and that's why it's a historic election. I hope you can see now why I wanted to say all this before I come to 24 elections. This is the true significance of 24 elections. This was about, in real estate property business, we use expressions like power of attorney. So And there's specific power of attorney, and then there's general power of attorney. In general power of attorney, you basically say, well, because for some reason you cannot officially sell this flat, so you say this person has all the authority to do what they like with this flat, today, tomorrow, in future, change it, get whatever, you write 15 conditions and say everything is handed over, and everything else that I've not spoken about is also handed over. 2024 election was about getting general power of attorney for Mr. Modi more than the BJP, for whatever they wanted to do to Indian political system and Indian constitution. That is the significance of this election. It was never announced like this, but you never announce these things. It's silly. As I said, 20th century models of authoritarianism and 21st century models of authoritarianism are very, very different. Everything has gone smart in this world, even telephones are smart, so why should dictators not be smart? So all dictators, so the old idea of someone coming in a uniform and declaring on television that from tomorrow on you have martial law, you have censorship, all those are silly things, silly old things, you don't do it. 21st century model of killing democracy is that you come and say, oh my God, mother of democracy, my constitution, people, Janardhan, Janta Janardhan, and one slice. Great people of India, second slice. That's the 21st century model. And it's not just India. Look at all over the world. Everyone who's killing democracy swears by the people. And everything is done in the name of the people. So this was unannounced. So the significance of 2024 election was that it was about seeking public mandate, public stamp of approval for a transition from First Republic to the Second Republic, from competitive authoritarianism to electoral autocracy. And in that sense, this was no election at all. This was a plebiscite. And that's a basic difference between the elections are about electing representatives who in turn will go and elect the government, which in turn will take decisions on the basis of what they understand of why people have elected. This was, of course, the form in which the election took place in 24 in India as well. But in reality, this was a plebiscite. The plebiscite, we were asked basically to vote on a one-line proposition of endorsing whatever Mr. Modi had done in this country for the last 10 years and whatever in his wisdom he wants to do to this country in the next coming few years. We were asked to put our angotha on this. This is the true significance of 2024 election, and that's why this is such an historic election. Now I hope I can persuade you to read the outcome of the election in the way that I propose. The real outcome of this election is not 240 seats. The real outcome of this election is not that NDA formed the government. The real outcome is not who got how many percentage of votes, etc. The most important political outcome of this election is that Mr. Modi lost the plebiscite. Everything else happened. We managed to form the government, everything else happened, but he lost that plebiscite. And did you notice his face after the election results? हमारी हिंदी में कहते हैं, बांग्ला में पता नहीं, हमारे कहते हैं हवाइयाँ उड़ रही हैं। वो जो जैसे बैलून को पंक्चर कर देती है ना आप एकदम से। I mean, you normally shouldn't expect that from someone who has won the third consecutive term. And all over the world, winning the third term is a difficult thing, mind you. I do not want to take away that fact anywhere in the world, and that's how Modi fans would wish to present it. That देखिए दो term के बाद they managed to win the third term, and who manages to win the third term? And of course it's quite right. Winning a third consecutive term is not a small achievement. But I think Mr. Modi knew what we are talking about. He had he had asked for a plebiscite and he lost the plebiscite. And you lose a plebiscite and you are then made to sit on the chair. This incidentally happened once in Goa. People, students of political history in India would remember. There was this whole controversy about Goa, whether Goa should be made part of Maharashtra. And then there was a movement to save Goa's character. There was a movement to integrate Goa with Maharashtra. That was the movement. That genuine integration of Goa into Maharashtra. There was a plebiscite. They lost the plebiscite. People voted to retain Goa as a separate state. And in the same breath, they also elected that very party to rule in Goa. so this is Marathwadi wanted party. This is a tragedy. So they lost the plebiscite. They lost the reason why they wanted to come to power, and they were voted into power. Now, some bit of that tragedy has struck Mr. Modi. He's lost the plebiscite and he's asked to rule the country. That, to my mind, is the most significant part of what happened in this election. The rest is statistics. That they actually got 240 seats, that they got, that they actually did better in so many other places. So there will be many possible counters to what I'm saying. Someone would say that after all, BJP has improved its performance in southern coastal India, which is true and which is a very long-term politically significant trend. But that does not take away from the fact of the fact of the plebiscite and the decision. This is like 1977. People forget. I think some of us are old enough to remember now that actually the entire South India had voted in favor of Mrs. Gandhi. But what do we remember about 1977? The people of India voted against emergency and defeated Mrs. Gandhi. And that's what we remember, that's what she remembers, that's what everyone remembers. That's what shaped the course of history. Although almost the entire South India had voted for her at that time. So yes, that's a trend, but it does not take away from the main point of what actually happened. And this is not a case for North Indian supremacy or anything of that kind. But the burden of the outcome does not change. It is many people would also say, and many BJP supporters said that actually there was a very small loss of vote for the BJP. There was nothing very big that happened. And it is true. If you look at the overall national verdict, the swing away from BJP is very limited. But that is an artifact of two very different movements that were taking place. The BJP actually added to its vote share in the south and in the southern eastern belt, but lost substantially in the northern western belt, from Karnataka to Bihar, with some exceptions. BJP lost substantially in every state. It did not lose the same number of seats. But just to give you an idea, the swing against the BJP was identical. 7%, in some cases 6.5%, 7%, 6.9%, so identical. In Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and Jharkhand. Although the outcome is very different. We all remember that BJP was thrashed in Uttar Pradesh but trumped in Bihar. The swing away from BJP is identical in these states. Jharkhand is mixed. BJP is NDA victory. Uttar Pradesh is BJP defeat. But I think if we look below the surface, some major shift happened in those areas which were BJP dominated areas. And therefore I argue that we should see this election as two elections. One in areas where BJP was the dominant political force. It may or may not have been in power, but it was a dominant political force. And second, those places where BJP was the challenger. BJP has done well wherever it was the challenger to power. And wherever it was the dominant hegemon party, it's done poor, with some exceptions. So in that sense, I argue that this was in that sense, a vote against the BJP. One very simple counterfactual would tell us now let's just try to imagine if BJP had won, let's say, 310 seats, and if the NDA coalition had won, let us say, 370 seats. 400 par was the slogan, they knew that was not feasible. But the idea was that BJP would improve upon what it had in 2019, and that NDA would go up from wherever it was last time. That would have done it, because in a sense, as I said, this was a plebiscite. So every plebiscite has a threshold of victory. It is not always 51%. In some plebiscites, the threshold is 2/3, somewhere it's 3/4, whatever. So in this informal plebiscite, BJP itself had put a threshold of victory. The threshold officially was 400 par, but informally, realistically, the threshold was, we'll improve upon where we were in 2019. Suppose BJP had actually improved upon 2019. I can assure you, every television discussion for 2 minutes on anything, on NEET examination, on RG card, on demonetization, on Tibet, Ladakh, BJP would have only one answer: people are with us. That's basically the nature of those regimes. People are with us. Why are you questioning us? People are with us. So that they cannot invoke now. That is the real difference. And in that sense, it is what I call a it's a political defeat for the, it's a moral defeat for the NDA regime, it's a political defeat for the BJP, and it's a personal defeat for Mr. Modi. Nothing can take away that fact. I know I'm running out of time, so there are 2 more things that I want to say. One, I would say very quickly and hope that you would do more justice to it. And second, the last thing that I wish you about. One is about why did we have this outcome? And second is about what next? What's the future of democracy? What this outcome, there's a genuine puzzle, and I really want some of you to help resolve it. It's very easy to say, what is the outcome? To say and see. It's very hard to actually trace it causally from effect to consequence. I faced this problem in 2004. Mr. Vajpayee's government lost. We all believed and said, India shining ko, India ne angutha dikha diya. That Mr. Modi was punished for what they did in Gujarat in 2002. We all said that. Having made all these bold declarations, I sat with the data. I simply could not connect the actual disaggregate data to this large claim that we were making. And then I think I wrote something in EPW about the enigma of the verdict. It was my personal enigma. I couldn't make sense of it. Something similar is happening this time as well. Our first temptation as a political animal is to read consequences back into intentions. This is a completely illegitimate way of thinking about the universe, but we all do it. The consequence is democracy has been saved. The consequence is Mr. Modi has been taught a lesson. The consequence is that secular India has got a slight breathing space. So we tend to assume that people of India have voted for secularism. People of India have voted against democracy, against dictatorship. That's actually not the case. And that's the strange thing. And that's where political science comes into play. And that's the real riddle here. In a straightforward way, you cannot say, and we all know, that for a large number of people who voted against the BJP, secularism was not the question. For a very small slice of them, dictatorship of democracy was the issue. Most people voted on their day-to-day living conditions, on what they thought, their frustration with quality of governance that they received, their unease with the local leaders. So that's the real question for political science. It is through these very quotidian, day-to-day, mundane issues that larger things like democracy are decided. Today we like to remember that people of India had saved democracy in 1977. Most of them had voted against sterilizations and what they saw as local excesses. How is it that democracy or these large effects take place through these millions of micro considerations is actually a mystery. It's a mystery of understanding collective action. I really wish political scientists will throw more light on it. I have written something about it, but I'm not satisfied with what I've written. I don't think we have a good answer. Why is it that it happened? We know what happened, we are very excited about what happened, at least I am, but we don't quite know why it happened the way it did. We know Constitution was saved, but to assume that therefore people of India voted for Constitution is completely mistaken. That did not happen. You know, most people, Constitution was not an issue. They did not know that something like this was at stake, except for a very small proportion of educated Dalits. This was not an issue. So I'll skip that bit and the full realization that partly in the interest of time and partly because of my own limitations of understanding. But that's really where political science needs to come in and connect the micro with the macro. At least I'm unable to connect it as well as I would want to. Finally, on what next? Where do we stand? What has this election done? What is the way forward? Let me say what we should not read it as. This is not the beginning of the end of Mr. Modi. People like me would like to believe so. I do not know of your political predilections. Everyone has their own political opinions. Is it how it should be? But I think for those who think that something great has been, those who think that there is a grave challenge to our republic, and those who are keen to save it, they would be making a mistake if they assume that this election was the beginning of the end of Mr. Modi. It is not. Is it a return to normal democratic politics? It is not. I think, to my mind, we are in a no man's land, which you have in international borders. So the border of one country ends, the other country's border does not begin. There is a little no man's land. I would suggest that we are in a no man's land between India's first republic and India's possible second republic. Second republic, either of the kind that BJP would want to shape, or of the kind that you and I might wish to shape. There's no going back to the first republic. There's no going back to the old Nehruvian wonderful days. All that is over, and it's only democratic that it's over. That small phase of our life, which India's liberal elite loves to, is very nostalgic about. That was very artificial first 10, 15 years of Indian democracy. It was bound to go away when people entered democracy. These things were bound to go. So I'm not nostalgic about it, and I do not think that we are going back to normal, ordinary democracy of the kind that we had earlier. We are between First and the Second Republic. We should not be complacent. And one thing we can be absolutely sure, there is a difference between Manmohan Singh and Narendra Modi. Mr. Modi will not just preside over the meltdown of his regime, like Mr. Manmohan Singh did. They would do everything possible to prevent, to stop it, to strike back, to continue institutional stranglehold, to use state power, legitimate ways, illegitimate ways, everything would be combined to prevent that. So we need to be, we need to look at the future in a more clear sense. To my mind, we are going to witness three kinds of battles between the First Republic and the Second Republic. And the outcome of these battles will determine the fate of India. First is electoral battle. Second is the battle on the streets of movements. And third is the battle of ideas. These three battles will shape the future of India. On the electoral battle, it's NDA versus what looks like India coalition now. We cannot be sanguine about the outcome of that this battle, as Haryana has already taught us a lesson. Just slight complacency, and you can just lose it. Because I think, in all fairness, the BJP has created an election machine, and I'm not referring to the EVMs, just the organizational election machine, which is of a different order altogether. Since there are many teachers here, I would, the parallel that comes to my mind is the way in which we used to do examinations when we were students. So you would read your textbook properly and go and sit in the examinations and hopefully pass and do well. That model of doing examinations and the quota factory model of doing examinations. The quota factory has transformed the way you do exams. You cannot crack exams without that. BJP has brought a similar revolution in the cracking of elections. The BJP is the equivalent of quota factory model of cracking exams. And the entire opposition, with almost no exception, belongs to our age. Good old people who think that by reading textbooks they can crack examinations. As a result of this, the electoral battle will be up and down. I know we should, today as I speak, Maharashtra and Jharkhand are voting, and the outcome is uncertain. All should have won Maharashtra comfortably, and in Jharkhand they should have been able to give a very tough contest. I'm honestly unsure of what the outcome will be. So electoral battle is up and down, uncertain. The battle will have to be fought by mainstream political parties. And the key determinants will be to what extent does the India coalition manage to hold itself together? Can they even expand, strengthen, actually begin to behave like a political coalition, which they have not so far, even after doing well in the Lok Sabha election. And whether Congress party, which is the largest component there, can get its act together, which it hasn't done, as was quite evident in Haryana. So that's one battle that we need to monitor, look at, because BJP would like to recover the losses of Lok Sabha election with the help of some recoveries in the assembly elections. In that sense, Maharashtra outcome will be critical, and next year Bihar outcome will be critical. And of course after that Uttar Pradesh. But then these are critical elections. This is the electoral battle. Second is the battle on the streets. And when I mean battle on the streets, it simply means movements, struggles, popular struggles. Because we need to remember that between 2014 and 2024, the real resistance to the BJP did not come in the parliament, did not come during the elections. It came the battle on the streets. Farmers movement, anti-CA protest, countrywide Dalit protest, localized protests of the Adivasi groups. So, principal resistance will come from outside the parliamentary arena. And that is a battle BJP is not equipped to handle very well. The first one they know how to crack. And if at all any election gets close, then BJP wins it. You know, the opposition has to lead it by a huge margin to actually win it. The moment it comes in the margin of 2-3% range, BJP takes it. The second battle, the resistance on the real issues is something that, that to my mind is the most interesting battle to watch. On the farmers' front, on the reconfiguration of Dalit Bahujan politics, and the demand of caste census. All these things would make it a very interesting battle. To my mind, this larger battle is about consolidation of the bottom of the pyramid of Indian society. Very crudely speaking, the sociology of politics is this, that if India is a pyramid, the top triangle has been fully captured by the BJP. If you see that hierarchy either in terms of caste or class, the top triangle actually belongs to the BJP. But that's not enough for you to win elections. So BJP's strategy has been to monopolize this top triangle and take away some slices from the bottom. Adivasis, Mahadalit, extremely backward communities. Take a few slices away, join it with the top of the pyramid, and you are in majority. The name of the game for resistance is to consolidate the bottom of the pyramid. So it's politics of bottom of the pyramid, which is going to dominate the country for the next few years. That is where the real resistance to this contemporary regime and the dismantling of the republic will come from. The third battle, the battle in which all of us can contribute, is the battle for ideas. And that battle begins by acknowledging honestly that we have lost. It's not merely that Mr. Modi has, or the BJP has won some elections. The fact is that BJP RSS ideology has won a battle of ideas. This is a hard fact for us to accept, acknowledge, because defeats are very hard to acknowledge. But that's the first condition for beginning to do something about it. So it's not merely that they have won elections, not merely that they exercise danda, they actually have managed to shift the ideological spectrum of India. If the ideological spectrum was this, 20 years ago, this was right and this was left, today it's this. So what was considered right is considered very moderate today. And what was considered left is of course lunatic and impossible. And what was considered right, what was considered impossible to think about is very much within the spectrum. This is how ideological spectrum shifts take place. That has happened. And for us to then shift it back is a very long-term challenge. It's not going to be easy. Even if all the BJP governments and BJP BJP's organizational might were to vanish tomorrow morning due to some black magic, even then there is a 20-year battle ahead of us to fight this battle of ideas. In order to fight this battle of ideas, we have tiny islands which make us live our life normally. An island like this that I'm speaking to right now, on the assumption that most of us love this republic, most of us want a secular India, etc. But I think the fact is that this is a tiny bubble and no more. We live in a society which does not agree with us. In that battle of ideas, and I will make just this final provocative submission and stop here. I think we, which is to say the liberal, secular, progressive elite of this country, is principally responsible for losing this battle of ideas. And it is responsible because of three crimes that we collectively perpetuated. One, we gave up on the heritage of nationalism in this country. We made nationalism into an embarrassing word. Although Indian nationalism was never racist, was never negative, was never inward looking, but we vicariously adopted the embarrassment of European nationalists about their own nationalism. That's the problem. We like to live their life all the time. We like to live their disease. It's their disease, it's not our disease. So we gave up on nationalism out of this borrowed sense of embarrassment, which is a European embarrassment, not our embarrassment. Second, we gave up on a certain self-respect that any culture and civilization has. We gave up our claims on civilizational heritage of India. We are so embarrassed about our own past. Now, there are many things to be indeed embarrassed about. Every civilization in the world has so much of dirt and crap that it collects over centuries that needs to be put in dust, which is what our freedom struggle had done. But I think there was a sense of overall sense of negativity about our past, which is what we had accumulated and passed on, which is also reflected in the inability of Indian elite to transact its business in a language other than English. Cutting ourselves completely off. Bengali may be an exception. I'm told it's no longer the exception. Otherwise, I used to say, ask any big Indian intellectual, when was the last time they read a book, a full-length book in a language other than English? When was the last time they wrote an A4 size paper in a language other than English? And the results would be very embarrassing for most Indian intellectuals. If you don't speak the language of the people who you want to transform, why do you think they will change? This is like the Russian elite of the 19th century who spoke French and was scandalized by what the Russian peasantry was doing. Well, you have good reasons to be scandalized about. You don't speak the language. You are not connected to them. And finally, and this is the most provocative of the propositions, we gave up on religious heritage, specifically the heritage of Hinduism as well. While we seculars did not frankly have the courage to question any religion other than Hinduism because we felt very guilty and awkward about challenging anyone else, which I understand. But somehow, kicking Hinduism became the order of the day. Now, in some sense, I understand it too, because every civilization and religion and community should be self-critical. If you are not self-critical, you are not beginning to think. But I think we did something else. We have imbibed a certain self-hatred, which you can see in 19th century Bengal. There's a deep self-hatred of the Indians. The Indian elite today has continued that self-hatred in multiple forms. That I think, so my final submission is that it's these three things: nationalism, civilizational heritage, religious heritage of multiple religions that we have. Unless we can connect back to these, we cannot hope to win back the battle of ideas. Unless we win back the battle of ideas, winning electoral battles is of no consequence. Unless we win this big battle, we have lost our republic. And that is the larger issue, and I'm so grateful that you gave me an opportunity by using this election as a pretext to talk about the larger challenge that we face and the larger opportunity that we have of shaping the second republic of India. Thank you very much.
Well, Jogen, you are really the Julius Caesar among political activists, and there are so many Brutuses around you, so please be careful. And I hope my friends, all of my friends here will agree with me that it will be no wrong-wing action if I say that give unto Caesar the encomiums that he deserves. Now, you have beautifully narrated the historical tragedy of Indian politics, trajectory of Indian politics, from Republican government to what you have explained as competitive authoritarianism, from there to a sort of aborted movement towards electoral autocracy. Beautiful, wonderful, so scholarly, extraordinary, and so illuminating speech. Thank you, Jogen, again for this. So far as I am concerned, friends, I am an outsider to the world of psephology. But reading some excellent writings of Jogen Jadhav, Subhash Parishkar, and then K.C. Suri, Atul Kohli, and some others, I have just learned the methodology of studying election results. How to study the world. Now, there are various ways of analyzing. The first that I have learned from Jogen Jadhav is that one has to carefully understand the votes to seats proportion. In most cases, in most elections, in the case of most political parties, there is a disproportionality between votes and seats secured. A party may get a lesser amount of votes, lesser votes this time as compared with the previous election, but at the same time that the same party may get more seats. So this is interesting. This has to be studied. This is one. Secondly, election results is actually depends on various social cleavages. It may vary according to gender, it may vary according to age, it may vary according to caste, according to religion, according to language, and so on and so forth. In the case of, for instance, age, it has been recorded that the young generation, they always prefer some political party which is more radical and more militant. In the case of gender, it has been shown that during the last elections in West Bengal, the 2024 elections, an overwhelming female voters, they voted for the doles that have been given to them by the government in the form of Konyashri, Rupashri, Lokhi Bhandar, and even the widow pension or the Vidhava Bhata. So gender is also there. Caste, in Karnataka, we know that the Vokalingam and the Lingayat, they are very strong. In Tamil Nadu, the DMK party has been organized and formed as from an anti-Brahmin movement. And language is also there, and there are other cleavages which is language, religion, you know. Most Muslims do not vote for BJP. That is my assumption. Then we can also analyze the total votes received by a national party in the national elections, in parliamentary elections, in terms of the votes that it receives state-wise. In one state, it may receive more votes. In the other state, it may receive less votes. And the sum total of all these votes dispersed throughout the states That is the total percentage of votes received by any national party. And finally, what we have today is coalition politics. With the emergence of coalition politics, what we find these days is that the election is mainly between two coalitions. One coalition with Congress at the center and the other coalition with the BJP at the center. The NDA this time and the INDIA. What we find is that there also the votes depend on the total quantity of votes that the coalition partners can get. For instance, if we compare the national parliament elections of 2004 and 2009, we find that the UPA got more working class votes in 2004 and less working class votes in 2009 because the CPIM and the left parties as well as the RJD, which are the main working class vote catchers, they were out from the coalition in 2009. So it depends on all this. And finally, I will borrow Jogen Jadhav and Subhash Parishkar's model, Jogen, the Virtue Fortuna model. They have used this Virtue Fortuna model while analyzing a beautiful analysis they made of the 2009 parliamentary elections. And they said that this Virtue Fortuna model plays a very important role in trying to understand election results. What is fortune? And party may be in an advantageous position due to conditions which conditions were not made by it. That is fortuna. And what is virtue? In spite of that fortune, in spite of that element of fortune, the party, every party should try to acquire political skills, political wisdom. That is virtue. And Jogen Jadhav and Subhash Parishkar actually they said that they borrowed this term from Machiavelli. And Machiavelli said that the virtue of the prince is also to understand his fortuna. So this is so far as the election results or analysis of election results as far as I know I'm saying. Ajay will be laughing, that's what I'm saying. But this is what I have learned from these various writings. And now coming to democracy. I believe that the future of Indian democracy, it depends on whether we can preserve and protect the Indian Constitution, which I believe is one of the best democratic constitutions in the world. We have to protect the preamble, we have to protect the basic structure of the Constitution, where our preamble impels us to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. All these words are very, very vital and important. There is a tendency to delete some of these words. But I believe that the future of Indian democracy depends on whether we retain these or not. No word from the preamble should be deleted. That is the demand of democracy. Now, so far as democracy and secularism are concerned, well, they are guaranteed, they are enshrined in the chapter on fundamental rights. And so far as all the three are taken together, democracy, socialism, and secularism, I think they are very much enshrined in the directive principles of state policy. Just look at the directive principles. They are very, very important. In the directive principles, through various articles, we find that the state is directed to take action so that the right to work is ensured, so that the right to equal pay for equal wages for both men and women are ensured, so that no one is forced to work beyond his or her capacity, his or her capability. So this is something which seems to be very much analogous to the socialist slogan of right to work and right all to work according to one's capability and all to get according to one's need. So right to work should be guaranteed, that is said, that has been said. And to work in a proper environment, a pollution-free atmosphere. This language is not there, but it has been said that the conditions should be such that there should be proper conditions where the workers should work, in factories, in places, in working places. So if we take all this together, all these directive principles together, what we find is that those words in the preamble, socialism, secularism and democracy will be protected. Unfortunately, we know directive principles of state policy are not enforceable in the court of law. And therefore, even after 5 decades after Indian independence, they are not yet implemented. No government was the name has promised to implement one by one all these directive principles of state policy. So what is to be done? Where the future of democracy lies then? To me, the future of democracy lies in democratic struggles of the people. Continuous, relentless, democratic, non-violent struggles, constitutional struggles to preserve the constitution, to protect the constitution and to enforce the government, the powers that be, to implement the directive principles of state policy. So the future of democracy, I believe, lies in Lok Shakti, in people's power. Jogel has mentioned 3 principles which should be there, which is our duty. I agree with you totally. And along with it, I believe that this should be a relentless democratic struggle. Struggle in any form. It is our duty to participate in this democratic struggle, demanding implementation of directive principles and demanding at the same time protection and preservation of the constitution, protection of the basic structure of the constitution. So this democratic struggle, all of us should participate in it. And participate in various ways. All of us should participate in it. And this participation may be in various conceivable forms, through workshops, through seminars, through writing, through letters to editors, and obviously through political activism. So that is, I think, the struggle through which the future of democracy can be accepted. So thank you very much, and thank Jogel for. Now I think it's time for tea. And we want, okay, he has something to say.
Carry out after a wonderful session. On Vice Chancellor is there. It's a request, all the invited speakers, panelists who are here, because some of our speakers will leave right now, requesting you to come so that we can have a common picture, along with CPS President, General Secretary, Professor Dr. Gupta. Please come. Professor Gudavati, yeah, panelists, speakers, yeah, our honorable Vice Chancellor would like to have a picture here. I also request our honorable Register Dojit Kona, please come, please come. Sir. No, please come. Acha, others stand. Sir. Yeah, I just come with Jada Mudura. Please, Jada Mudura. Exclusion जरूर आवा
We thank our distinguished chairs for such an enthusiastic, wonderful start to the day. We request our guests and our attendees to have some tea we have arranged outside the hall. Soon we will be coming back to our next session of today's event.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We shall now begin with the business session 1. We are honored to have 2 distinguished speakers for this session, Dr. Rajarshi Dasgupta from JNU New Delhi and Dr. Shubhanil Chaudhary from St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. This session will be chaired by Dr. Madhura Damle from Presidency University. I request the esteemed speakers to please come up to the front and take their respective seats. So let's begin this session. Those who are outside, I request them to please come in and settle. So as many of you might have observed, I am the token woman presence in this seminar. But I hope women's issues and gender issues in general are also discussed and addressed in later sessions. So today we have 2 speakers in this session. Dr. Rajarshi Dasgupta and Dr. Shubhanil Chaudhary, both senior from JNU and another my teacher from JNU. Rajarshi Dasgupta teaches at Center for Political Studies in JNU. Before that, he was a fellow at CPSWB, Kolkata. He did his BA from this institution. At that time, it was Presidency College, after which he went to JNU for MA and MPhil. And he did DPhil from University of Oxford. Dr. Dasgupta has worked and published on various issues like urban development and urbanism, for example, frontier urbanism, neoliberal neighborhood. Many of us listened to his recent presentation on neoliberal neighborhood. He has worked on agrarian urbanization and also refugee studies. He has worked on culture and politics, issues like communist aesthetics, revolutionary poetry, people's art, middle class intelligentsia, and he has also extensively worked on Marxism and politics, especially in West Bengal. He has his concept of ascetic modality, CPM machinery, capital in Bangla, and Marxist discourse in Bengal Renaissance. So many of us are already familiar with his works, and we are very keen to listen to him today on the recent elections and the issue of democracy. Our another speaker, Shubhanil Chaudhary, he teaches at the Department of Economics in Xavier's University, Kolkata. Like the other speaker, he is also alumnus of this institution. After doing BSc in Economics in Presidency College, he went to JNU, and from Center for Economic Studies and Planning, he did Master's, MPhil and PhD. He was teaching in IDSK for a decade, and he has also been a guest lecturer at various colleges and universities, including University of Calcutta and University of Kolkata. Many of us again are familiar with his book, which he has co-edited with Zahad Mahmood, Achik Chakravarti and Shupurna, Limits of Bargaining. Apart from that, he has also written extensively on political economy in Bengal, like fiscal problem, employment growth, declassification of census town, urbanization of Muslim community, and of course trade union. And of course, his work is not just limited to Bengal, he has also worked on various aspects of political economy in India. Both of these speakers have, apart from writing in English, both of them also write extensively in Bangla, and I guess many of the people in the audience are also familiar with their writing in Bangla. So first, I would like to request Dr. Dasgupta to speak for 25 minutes.
Let me begin by thanking the Department of Political Science, Presidency University, of which I have been a member and a student long back at the Council for Political Studies for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts with you on this day. And without further ado, let me begin to share my thoughts with you on this issue of the lessons of the last Lok Sabha elections and the future of democracy. So as we know, on 4th and 5th June this year, the results of the 18th Lok Sabha elections came to be declared. As we know, the principal oppositions were the NDA, led by the BJP, and the India alliance, led by the Indian National Congress. The NDA won 293 seats, including BJP's 240 seats, out of a total of 543 seats, winning majority. And although Narendra Modi was sworn in as the second Prime Minister after Nehru to win a straight third term, as Mr. Yadav spoke a while back, the BJP did not get a majority in both houses, unlike the last elections, previous elections, losing 63 seats from the 17th Lok Sabha tally and lagging far behind most opinion and exit polls predictions, except some very, very rare exceptions. Again, I have Mr. Yadav in mind. The opposition alliance won 235 seats, with the National Congress getting 99, 37 going to the Samajwadi Party in UP, and 29 secured by the Trinamool Congress. The states of Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal and Maharashtra in particular belied early signs of a thumping BJP victory, and all these three key states were won by the opposition alliance. In fact, the significant silver lining for the NDA was the TDP's gain of 13 seats that practically made much of the difference between the two alliances. So despite the NDA's third consecutive term, the signs of serious cracks in the BJP's electoral hegemony had become visible for all to see, including its core base, whose celebrations were far more muted than one anticipated. The results of the Lok Sabha 2024 election can offer two contradictory interpretations. One, as some have suggested, we are looking at a new variation of what Rajini Kothari had once called the Congress system, meaning the overwhelming hegemony of the BJP and its agenda of neoliberal development plus Hindutva for several future terms to come, if not decades. Despite suffering damages in the states they are traditionally strong in, the regime is extraordinarily adept at making inroads into new states, especially in the south. Regional parties and population groups, especially among the rural poor, the lower castes, extremely backward sections and OBCs, who are its new foot soldiers. The organizational resources, tactical adaptability and mastery over especially the electoral system, what Jogendra called their machinery, make the BJP and its alliance far superior to the opposition, offsetting damaging criticisms. Now the second interpretation, which is as follows. Instead of going strength to strength because of enjoying uninterrupted ruling power, the BJP is actually exposing its weaknesses that may prove fatal in 2029. It no longer enjoys its early image of a party with a difference. It is unscrupulous in poaching members and toppling elected governments. It brazenly displays its obligation to a limited body of capitalists. It shows no sign of abating ethnic and communitarian conflicts, in fact fueling them. And its handling of vital infrastructural sectors is increasingly showing up in very poor light. The recent elections also revealed, especially the loss at Ayodhya, that the Hindutva plan or the personal charisma of certain leaders is also somewhat on the way. If the opposition and the Congress manage to improve their performance, which they have partly achieved in this election, they should be on strong grounds by the time of the next Lok Sabha polls. A lot seems to depend in the coming days on the much needed emphasis on federalism by the opposition to counter the unitary or centralizing push by the current disposition at the level of their ruling rationality. We could proceed further along this path in some detail, analyzing the respective strengths and weaknesses of the two principal oppositions in the electoral arena. However, I believe that there has been quite a bit of excellent analysis on this account provided by journalists, commentators, scholars and activists, and I wouldn't like to repeat the points they have made already, and some of which I have touched upon a while ago. Instead, I would like to take a particular part with regard to the lessons of the Lok Sabha that can shed relatively new light on precisely the weaknesses of the opposition and their potential areas of strength. In other words, allow me to imagine myself as an interlocutor as well as a critique for the opposition to the NDA and speak from this imaginary standpoint in the rest of my presentation. In the limited scope that I have today, I will highlight three specific areas of weakness in terms of political thinking and practice that I regard necessary on the part of the opposition. They are drawn from a comparative analysis of the contending discourses, speeches, manifestos and campaigns of the two principal sides in the last Lok Sabha elections. They are, in that sense, the main lessons of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, at least for me. They underline the need to generate a new analytical framing of culture, a new analytical framing of the social, and a new analytical framing of the economy. I will shortly explain these different set of factors involved in these respective areas, and the resources I believe are available for undertaking such analysis. I of course cannot claim that such new analysis is not taking place already. To the contrary, I can identify the signs and discursive beginnings of this process, but which in my opinion are not yet considered as priority by most. What perhaps is missing most urgently and importantly from the apprehension of what is lacking and where the current regime is at a serious advantage is a meta-framing that subsumes these three different areas. This framing, meta-framing, is at once a cultural imagination, a social narrative, an economic principle, and a theory and concept of politics, and we can call this by way of a shorthand as nation. It will not surprise any observer if I say this election was a battle between two different ideas of nation. On the one side, a majoritarian and homogenizing, somewhat masculine vision of Bharatvarsha, discovering its golden past, and on the other side, a modern and secular, more pluralist, federal and constitutional imagination of India. But I don't think that this contest between the two ideas of nation sufficiently reached the perception of the common people. Although Mr. Rahul Gandhi made repeated references to this theme, among others, during his campaign, the narrative he tried to weave, pulling threads from his Bharatiya Rajatra, did not fully cohere and impact the people, as well as his allies who didn't resonate with this alternative imagination of the nation. I think, and I know of other academics who insist on this point, that from the standpoint of political theory, the biggest difference between the campaigns of the two sides was this capacity to project a vision of the nation, including an appealing imagination of the future of the nation. The appeal to nationalism, as Mr. Yadav has already underlined, was so well monopolized by the NDA that it could not only paint its competitors as anti-national, but had much more to speak about the past of the nation, dramatically revising its history and the future of the nation, enticingly becoming a superpower at par with countries of global north. The resources on the other side made available through the copious use of the national flag and the constitution, ranging from the farmers' agitation to the anti-CAA protests, did not seem to permeate the electoral vocabulary of the opposition parties, who were more focused on the series of crises suffered by India due to the misgovernance of NDA. The narrative of the nation, to my mind, was effectively lost by the opposition in the ensuing process. That they represented a different and more democratic idea of the nation as opposed to an authoritarian version went missing from the core of the communication. This also reveals the divide between contemporary social movements and the political parties on the opposition. There is no meaningful exchange of demands, conditions and common interests between them that could represent a capacious enough coalition. This is partly due to the fact that most of the opposition parties are still struggling to find the pulse of the popular and political culture whose ground has been significantly shifted by the Hindutva discourse. Culture, I would like to insist, is no longer to be seen as a superstructural phenomenon, at least in terms of electoral significance. Neither is political culture. If one pauses to consider the symbolism, iconography, slogans, images, visuals, banners, stickers and flags that form partly the merchandise and partly the logistics of political campaigns today, separate from aesthetics or culture in a more refined sense at the public level. The careful use of these artifacts designed to circulate in public and multiply through information technology is heavily instrumental in subverting reasoned deliberations or informed debates. They induce an emotional support that is apparently impervious to logical doubts and refutations. The reaction of those supporters who are called bhakt is ample evidence of this fact. Thus, the cultural part of cultural nationalism is not a superficial element of politics like the usual propaganda. It is increasingly part of the substance of what informs and shapes political practice, democratic expressions, and electoral choice. What these Lok Sabha elections also revealed is a claim of the ruling regime to have established a spiritual intimacy with the subaltern sections of the people. From making space for representation in the party to appropriating subaltern icons and slogans backed by the decades-long efforts of the Sangh Parivar to socially integrate the lower classes, conditions were thought to be ripe for the call of a subaltern Hindutva. That proved to be premature, at least in the case of West Bengal. Nevertheless, a symptomatic reading of the slogan, and in a sense a formulation, reveals, in my opinion, an underlying claim to popular sovereignty, a powerful foundation to a long-standing electoral hegemony. This claim to popular sovereignty, based on a popular vision of the nation, is squarely what the opposition will need to counter and match with an alternative vision of the nation, its people, and their culture. That is precisely where one can rediscover resources from the middle of the 20th century, when one witnessed an effusion of liberal and leftist imaginations of the nation and its people. Aesthetically speaking, there is a wide range of resources, from the panels of Nandalal Bose at the Haripura Congress to the works of Chitta Prasad and Somnath Kaur, taking examples from Bengal, to the early socialist commercial films of Bombay in the 1950s and 60s. However, and I am speaking in very broad strokes here, when one revisits these older resources, one must be looking at them with a new analytical framing of the social, where class conflicts have excluded what has moved to the center today, the questions of community, caste, and gender. The latter may be seen as the principal sources of contradiction in the current context, and these set the decisive conflicts and political struggles that shape the political outcomes more than class struggle does at the moment. But of course, there is a slippery slope of getting tied up in identity politics at the cost of realities which are irreducibly based in class. But the challenge is really to balance the two and it is one that one cannot avoid. In a manner of speaking, there needs to be much more friction and dialogue between class and caste, I mean friction in a productive sense, to produce a more nuanced calibration of the appropriate subaltern category that can be used in political discourses today. In doing so, the analytic of class could be enriched with the complex social mechanisms of hierarchy and exclusion, besides economic exploitation, which can bring about a profoundly grounded transformation of class in India. This necessity arises from the fact that large sections of the opposition, and more keenly the leftists, probably, my humble submission is, make a mistake and overestimate the reach of modernity and modernization in India. They are thus more often than not shocked with the persistence of practices, values and beliefs that are totally at odds with modernity and bracket them as feudal residues. But there is a problem with this fundamentally transition narrative, and it's more likely that our nature of modernity is frustratingly heterogeneous and contains as well as collaborates very comfortably with sensibilities that one expected to wither away. We have a capitalist society, but at the same time it is more communitarian than individualist for all practical purposes. We are a secular country, but one where religion cannot be separated from politics for a number of historical reasons, nationalism being not the least of them. That one could create such a state of affairs where religion could be kept at a distance from politics in the early post-colonial decades should be seen as an exception, for which due credit is to be given to Nehru. The coexistence of politics and religion, to my mind, is the default status of our society. Once again, that I admit that I am painting in very broad strokes and there is a risk of quick generalization. But insofar as we can accept the role of religion in politics subject to certain limits, I would say the opposition can find itself with access to profoundly ethical and normative arguments against the ruling hegemony. Such normative arguments are indispensable if one has to displace the new normal of docile citizenship and naturalizing the communitarian other as animal life who can be lynched with impunity. It can also breathe new life into the idea of equality that is not only modern in provenance for us, but has roots in civilizational past to which B.R. Ambedkar had made an astute return. But it is only possible to clear our minds and address these questions of weakness and strength of the opposition with due respect and apologies to my economist friends, if one finds a way to break out from the dogmatic priority occupied by classical political economy. Please do not misunderstand me at this point. I am far from making a case for the opposition to pay more attention to the cultural and social than to the economy. All that I am saying is that they are perhaps equally important and interrelated in the first place. Secondly, the elaboration of the economic narrative in this country, how capitalism should be able to make sense of the persistence of caste and patriarchy and reveal how capital is no less invested in the institutionalization of religion, racial and ethnic distinctions. The more familiar narrative of neoliberalism, one which argues for a minimum of state intervention or at best grasps the reality in terms of crony capitalism, is simply not sufficient in addressing what is necessary. A clever way to put this would be to say that capitalism has undergone a shrewd metamorphosis in the post-colonial context, such that we are no longer able to separate development from primitive accumulation. Once again, this is where the opposition is lacking in an alternative narrative. What will be the economic trajectory of the country in the future? Welfare is already appropriated under schemes across the board, across the parties. Seen from this perspective, the opposition then needs to not only have a clear narrative about finance capitalism and specific phenomena like the informal sector, which its campaign lacked in this election, but it also more perceptibly lacked an alternative economic vision for the country. In particular, there are questions of social justice and climate justice that seem to run directly opposite to the economic narrative that treats capital as the center and worries about fair distribution and social sector expenditure. Such questions are deeply resonant with the gradual emergence of new marginal communities in the country, including the indigenous people, whose commons are under immediate threat of corporate takeover for resource extraction. The important question is not only what is the stand of the opposition with regard to these burning questions, where they have failed to distinguish themselves from the current dispensation, but also what will be their stand if and when they manage to come to power. Are they prepared to undertake a new imagination of the nation's future, which is not extractive of capital at any cost? I believe the Congress and most regional parties are found seriously wanting in this regard, and their equivalence with the ruling regime undermines their credibility as alternative in the Lok Sabha elections, specifically aiming among the youth and tribes. Is it plausible to imagine that the socialists and leftists can finally come together to contribute to a contextually rooted critique of capitalism that makes the opposition firmly stand apart from the ruling regime in the coming years? Some of these observations are inferences that are not entirely drawn systematically from the existing facts and results of the Lok Sabha election. Some of them are speculations about what are most likely to happen in the coming years. Some again are wishful thinking on my part, but legitimate and educated guesses to my mind. To put things bluntly, I believe the Lok Sabha results displayed two tendencies. First, that a core support base of the NDA remains more or less intact, satisfied with the delivery of certain core agendas like repeal of the Article 370, the construction of Ram Mandir, whose logical follow-up is now the Uniform Civil Code, all of which have persuaded them to overlook policy paralysis like demonetization and the farm bills. Second, that there is a section that is more dissatisfied than before with the dispensation, including a segment consigned to second-class citizenship. And the bottom rungs of the society, who are tasting waters and trying out effective alternatives at different levels, not entirely convinced as yet with the credibility of the national opposition. As of now, the future looks uncertain for the opposition to rise to the occasion in the manner that is necessary for a change, at least in 2029. But it is no more certain for the ruling dispensation that the coming years are going to be a cakewalk. This uncertainty can be seen as a window that has opened up with the results of the Lok Sabha election 2024. I would like to believe that besides the ruling and opposition alliance, there is a churning taking place among the people across the country. These churnings are giving rise to new forms of activism, most visibly among middle-class youth, among women, and also among indigenous people as well as excluded and marginalized population, including migrants, displaced, and refugees. Common to their articulations, I think, is an aspiration for an alternative vision of India, of the nation. And the use of constitution is not looking backwards, but precisely performing its principles, reciting the preamble, making a number of gestures of refounding the moment of freedom. Again, that translates into a word like Azadi that has very, very different and varying significance in the Sarkari campaigns and popular unrest. If the opposition manages to organically connect to these grassroots aspirations, by the time the next election comes around, it should be able to give these aspirations a concrete political and electoral articulation that is formidable enough to take on the ruling alliance on its own terms. but without recourse to this alternative imagination of another nation that includes the excluded from the current hegemonic idea of the nation, the opposition will remain vulnerable in the same ways that we have witnessed in 2024. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the Department of Political Science, Presidency University for giving me this opportunity, particularly Professor Shomonlal Dr. and Zad Mahmood for asking me to speak here. I am a bit nervous, as I was telling Zad during the break, that in front of so many political scientists and eminent scholars like Jogendra Yadav, Rajoshi Das, Ajay, Shomonlal Dr. and others. I am not from political science background, as has already been said. It is always very good to be back to presidency, and as you know that the Department of Economics and Political Science in presidency was once a single department, which later on got bifurcated into economics and political science. So in that sense, I think that bonding is being carried forward. Now, it is easy as well as difficult to speak after two such eminent speakers. Easy because most of what I had planned to say has already been said, and difficult because then what more can I add to this discussion. So I will just go by whatever I thought that I will say. Some of it will be repetitions, but I will try to make it as relevant as possible. Now first, before the 18th Lok Sabha elections, let us first try to gauge the quote-unquote success of the RSS BJP in this country. Number one, Ram temple, mandir wahi banayenge, to mandir ban gaya. Number two, Article 370 abolished, and in that process, the Jammu and Kashmir state itself has been abolished by bifurcated into Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. A very serious attack on the federal structure of the Indian Constitution, but upheld by the Supreme Court. Third, a redefinition of citizenship on the basis of religious identity, that is, the test of citizenship now will be on the basis of whether you are basically a non-Muslim, if you are coming from outside India. And fourth, so if I always tell my leftist friends that if this had been in contrast to what the leftists want to do, People's Democratic Revolution or whatever revolution they want to do, from a right-wing perspective, that revolution is basically complete. The RSS's agenda of converting India into a Hindu Rashtra is basically de facto it is complete. It is just a case of now changing the Indian Constitution, as Mr. Yadav has already given a brilliant exposition of what this election meant in terms of this transition that the RSS, BJP and Modi wanted, and how and why it stopped. So this is the enormity that we face even today and before the Lok Sabha elections when India went for polls. And already it has been discussed in this hall about the elections in great detail. I don't have much to add, only to say that what Professor Mr. Yadav ended by saying is that it is not only the case that this is the beginning of the end of Mr. Modi, but rather one can argue that the BJP RSS power structure that exists, both in terms of the number of votes or the proportion of votes that they have got, remains more or less intact. If you want exact numbers, BJP in this election won 36.56% of the votes, which is down from 37.3%. So basically a technical, a statistical artifact, nothing more than that. In its essence, it remains as powerful as it was in 2019, albeit in terms of the number of seats, it is down by more than 60 seats and lost the full majority in the parliament. That is a qualitative fact, very important fact, has to be acknowledged and applauded. But on the other hand, its basic vote bank is not a good word, mass base, if you want to say it basically remains intact. So when we are talking about the future of Indian democracy, in the context of the 18th Lok Sabha elections, we should always remember the point where Mr. Yadav ended, that basically the power structure, the state infiltration within the state machinery, the buckling down of the Supreme Court, the Election Commission, and all relevant institutions of power remains where it is. It is just a case of certain numbers that they have not got. By this, I am not trying to undermine what Mr. Yadav had said in terms of the importance of this election, but having said that, one needs to also appreciate the fact that it is a very, very uphill battle. Now, one of the claims that the liberal intelligentsia or the liberal elites, to use Mr. Yadav's word, has been making since India became independent, particularly with the adoption of the constitution, is that basically we have created a structure, Indian constitution and the institutions of liberal democracy. We have created a structure where this extreme kind of politics will no more be relevant. And in economics and political science, what we also refer to as the median voter theorem, that ultimately people will converge, political ideologies will converge to the median voter, so to say, and therefore the extremes, both of the left and the right variety, will never be able to capture state power. So in a sense, in addition to what Mr. Yadav has said about the problems of liberal intelligentsia or liberal elites, they were complacent that the liberal democratic framework that we have in terms of our institutions, in terms of our constitution, is an insurance against a right extremist fascistic kind of party coming to power here. And we now know, 10 years, we know that this is not what is right. I mean, they have come to power. And so I begin by a question that the late Aizaz Ahmed raised in one article published in the Socialist Register called India, Liberal Democracy and the Extreme Right. And the question that he raised is, I quote, is there really an irreconcilable contradiction and unbridgeable gap between institutions of liberal democracy and takeover of the state by the extreme right? Because that was the claim, that you see that if there is a liberal democratic framework, a working constitution, formed with the principles of liberal democracy, is that enough to ensure that there is no takeover of the state? It is not only a simple case of elections winning and losing, it is actually a takeover of the state. Unless there is infiltration in almost all state bodies that are very well known, I am not going into the details of it. And the answer to this question that I right now mentioned is obviously no. And then why is it the case that the liberal democratic framework that we erected, what Mr. Yadav called the Republic I, could not ensure that we stop such an extremist form of government coming to the power, and not only coming to the power but consolidating, as we have all discussed. Now there are 2-3 ways of answering this question. One, from the economics perspective, I think one of the problems that the liberal intellectuals or the liberal elites fantasized about is that they are going for global capital, and this journey of global capitalism and globalization will continue, where all the ships will be moved upwards together. And there will be, even if some ships, some boats are not uplifted in the immediate wave, but very soon those who have gone forward, there will be a trickle-down effect, as we call it, and then it will come to those in the lower end of the spectrum, and they will also be uplifted. And therefore, there is a policy convergence, both in terms of the Congress and the BJP, and unfortunately also a large part of the left, that essentially the economic development model that India can have is nothing else but the model of globalized capital. Nothing else but a private sector-led, unabashed growth for the sake of growth. Now, if you look at the Indian society from an economist perspective, all these facts are very well known. For example, right now in the year 2022, the latest data is available, the top 1% of the Indian population, that means if I arrange all Indians according to their income from the lowest to the highest, and I add up the income of the top 1% of the population in terms of income, it is 22% of the total income. This is highest ever recorded in Indian history, and we have that history from 1922 when the income tax was instituted by the British in India. This is a paper, very famous paper by Thomas Piketty and Chancellor, I'm forgetting his first name. So the name of the paper is very interesting, and it also is very indicative that India's income inequality from British Raj to billionaire Raj. So during the British period, the income inequality, that highest point of income inequality that we had is lower than what the income inequality is there today. India has the largest number of poor people in the world. It has also the fourth largest number of dollar billionaires in the world. And it has the largest middle class in the world, along with China, one of the largest, second largest obviously, because this is a very big country. We have crossed China in population, but in terms of middle class we are second. So now the question is that this capitalist process of growth that we have, and then if you look at the media or if you look at the discussion within the policy think tanks or the economists, they will always say that look, growth is very necessary. So without growth, how can you have redistribution? So you should increase the size of the cake, and because in order to increase the size of the cake, the public sector is no more relevant, it is no more an option. So what you should do is rely on the private sector and increase the size of the cake, and then redistribute. So earlier the cake was 1 kg, now you make a cake of 2 kgs, and then obviously even if the distribution percentage is the same, the poor people get more of the cake. That is the basically neoliberalism with Indian variety, if I may put it like that. But this basic perception is wrong because of a very simple reason, that what is your pattern of growth, how you make growth happen is not unrelated from the distribution question. So I can have a 5% growth with the poor people getting 10% of the income, 10% growth. I can have a 5% growth with the top 1% growing at 50 breakneck speed and the remaining 50% or 95% get nothing. It's basically arithmetic reason. There is no theory in this. Now what kind of growth we have is not therefore separate from what kind of distribution we can have. In other words, this idea propagated by very eminent economists, including Jagdish Bhagwati and others, that basically you need growth first. Even Amartya Sen concedes that of course you need growth. I wrote my first book on growth economics. But obviously Amartya Sen is different. I'm not going into those nuanced differences. Of course, he does not belong to that camp. He obviously belongs to somewhat in the left camp. But the basic point that I'm trying to make, that this obsession with growth, you look at any newspaper on the day of the budget, there is this obsession with growth. How much growth? What is the fiscal deficit? Most of it is bad economics, and not because some Marxist has said it. John Maynard Keynes, others, in today's world, Joseph Stiglitz, Paul Krugman. If you read, even Angus Deaton, again another Nobel laureate, who wrote in an IMF journal that for my entire life I believed that trade unions were bad, but now I have started to believe that trade unions are actually good for the economy. And the Indian liberal elite and the middle class have been, what should I say, absolutely ecstatic when it came to hammering the trade union. So in Bengal, for example, the common perception is that, industries have gone away because of trade union. This is not the right place to debate that, but it's a wrong argument. So when the trade unions were hit, we were very happy, and the liberal theory and all these intelligence, because we need growth. So when the trade unions were hit, we are very happy. On the other hand, the basic Marxist perception of the economy, in the sense that there will be factory workers who will be coming in, that has also failed in India. Because the number of factory workers is practically stagnant as a proportion of total workers in this country. Most of it is unorganized workers, and I'm talking about the informal sector. I'm talking about the non-agricultural sector. In agriculture, most of it is obviously informal. So even in the non-agriculture sector, all this service sector-led growth and all these things that we have here is a very tiny, not a very tiny, 10% of India's GDP and so on. Most of it is basically informal sector. And this informal sector has a day-to-day struggle for existence. One of our friends, Neha Dixit, has written a wonderful book, Many Lives of Side Effects, where she has tracked the life of one informal worker and the kind of activities that she has engaged in. So you are changing from one job to another, and therefore the basic idea of a class solidarity that exists in a factory floor, because all of us work together and therefore we know each other, that solidarity that develops, as Marx had argued in Capital, that solidarity, the space itself no more exists. Because we are not working together. I am working in my home, putting some thread to some buttons. You are working in your home, making football, and there is very less conversation that goes on between us. So that solidarity that gets lacking is now filled with the solidarity of Hindutva to a large extent. And therefore, the foot soldiers, so the subaltern Hindutva, I know that some of our friends have coined the term from JNU and other places. Not really friends. Not really friends, yeah, that is also true, not really friends. So, so that essentially misses the basic, it can be at best a description, but as an analytical category practically means nothing. So now you see this election is going on, and today Mr. Yadav was also talking about it, that we were having a discussion with Shikari outside, that essentially Maharashtra and Jharkhand. So batenge to katenge. What does that mean? That essentially means that we want to have a Hindu society where this caste, which has been existing for a long time, will not be annihilated as Ambedkar wanted, but it has to be put under the rug of this Hindu nationalism and this muscle flexing nationalism, and the target is clearly, we know, all of us know what the target is. The target is basically the Muslims. So these factors, of course, the political economy of the old variety, classical political economy, what Rajushita was saying, in the Indian context has completely different connotations, because this transition that even Marx talks about, that basically from feudalism to capitalism, and Maurice Dobb and Paul Sweezy debate and all that, is not relevant in the context of India, simply because this transition is not taking place. Because of two reasons. One, the formal sector is not absorbing enough workers into its fold, and second, because of primitive accumulation of capital, every cycle of capital accumulation produces a set of workers who are essentially searching for jobs. And where do they get the jobs? They get the jobs only in the informal sector. So I think I am in complete agreement with Rajoshita when he says that the informal sector has to be taken very seriously. And the left's obsession with the working class, that definition has to change. That working class is no more a factory-going class and who will rise up in revolution and all that, because the working class is minuscule. Now, if you look at some more data, I don't want to bore you with the data, and time is also running short. I will just give two things. One is that if you look at the real wage in India, particularly in the rural areas, it is stagnant since 2016. It is more or less went down a bit, up a bit, but basically it's stagnant. If you look at the rural, if you look at the wage share in income, it has collapsed practically. Since around 2011-12, there is an uptick. It has basically collapsed. So in other words, inequality has increased. One, I already told you the Piketty thing, but even from a capital labor perspective, capital share is much more in income as compared with. And where is this money going? The money is obviously going that even if we consider democracy, whether we consider it as an ideal or not, the point is that in an election, and this the Supreme Court said that there should be a level playing field, that all of us should be starting from the same point. But the kind of money bags that BJP has, there is no level playing field. And we know the electoral bond, how much money they got and all that. And second is the media. Because all of us essentially live in bubbles. We don't know all the people in, forget about Kolkata or West Bengal, I don't even know all the people here. I at most know 10 to 15 people sitting. So all of us essentially live in our own bubbles. And the social media has created its own bubbles, pumped by money, which is used by the right wing for a terrible kind of propaganda which goes on every day. Now we call it WhatsApp University, we may call it by whatever name, but that is a very important component of the debate on democracy, I feel. In fact, many people have argued that through Rathi and Ravish Kumar, through Rathi and Ravish Kumar played a very important role in this election in favor of the opposition, particularly Congress. Now, so therefore the idea of the Indian economy, or the Indian political economy, the way that we have learned or we have been taught needs to change in a way that takes into account all these factors. Obviously, I am not making a deterministic claim in the sense that because there is informal economy, there is Hindutva. I am not making any such claim because there can be a formal economy even with Hindutva. but the solidarity that can exist within workers through a more formalized kind of sector. America is more or less formalized, but you see Trump is owning on the basis of almost the same agenda. So there is no deterministic thing that I am saying, but what I am saying is that this fact of increasing inequality and the collapse in income for a large section of the population makes it easy for the ruling establishment, particularly of a right-wing kind, to challenge, to basically target an other, be it Muslim, be it immigrants, being whatever in their different contexts. I will end by making 2 points. One, a quote by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, in which he gave a lecture before our independence, somewhere in 1943. It is included in Valerian Rodriguez's book. The chapter name is Democracy. So he is basically giving a critique of why parliament democracy failed in that time. He is talking about USSR, not USSR, Russia and Spain and Italy mostly. So parliamentary democracy developed a passion for liberty. It never made even a nodding acquaintance with equality. It failed to realize the significance of equality and did not even endeavor to strike a balance between liberty and equality, with the result that liberty swallowed equality and has made democracy a name and a farce. And I must add, Ambedkar did not say it, that basically the liberty that we have in today's world is the liberty of capital to exploit everybody else and do whatever it wants to do in terms of a global force. Lastly, I will again quote Ambedkar, that, so what kind of a democracy should we have? That is the question he is then trying to answer, trying to question and then give an answer. He is saying that in devising a constitution for democracy, he always refers to this foreigner who is talking to him as if, in devising a constitution for democracy, he must bear in mind that the principal aim of such a constitution within the parliamentary democracy form must be to dislodge the governing class from its position and to prevent it from remaining as a governing class forever. Now, if you look at the Indian Parliament, you will find that in 2024, the median asset that Indian parliamentarians have is 7.4 crores. This is 27 times more than the average asset of an urban household. So an average MP is 27 times richer than us in terms of our assets. And in terms of caste, you will find that, of course, there is reservation, but even then, 28.4% is upper class, 2019 data. I don't think that it has changed much in these elections. So therefore, the top pyramid that Mr. Yadav was talking about, both in terms of caste and class, fully belongs to the BJP. I completely agree with it. But the bottom pyramid is still fragmented. And one of the ways that if I have to dislodge the governing class, it is not dislodging the BJP. It is, Ambedkar is talking about the dislodging the governing class. I must know who the governing class is and who are not the governing class. In other words, I must have a political articulation which tries to combine the lower pyramid into a consolidated political force. And one of the ways to do it is to have a very serious conversation between the left and the Ambedkarite, talk about caste census and go full ahead in terms of a radical articulation, both in terms of economic policy as well as the social policy, which can bring in this consolidation of the lower pyramid. It exists, but it is not consolidated. So, thank you very much for it.
So, thank you both the speakers for their wonderful presentations. I was wondering whether the victory of BJP has compared all the leftist and liberal political analysts to reconsider the categories that we have been using to analyze Indian politics. We have around 15 minutes, so we can have one or maybe two rounds of questions. So I request the audience to and students preferably.
is a major player in the India Alliance, and the future of Congress is going to also shape in a way whether we actually will transit to a second republic or not. So the issue here is that recently Rahul Gandhi has now supported fair play thing, which is the classic neoliberal kind of model of capitalism that you want to create. If suppose hypothetically in 2029 the India Alliance led by Congress comes to power. Now we understand the standard economics, perfect competition, which is model of fair play, doesn't actually exist. We always eventually will go to oligopoly or monopolistic kind of thing. So in terms of the alternative, what kind of alternative that you concretely suggest, apart from the socio-economic model of alternative? And I think the vocabulary of Indian politics, which Motula was just pointing out, and I think the regional subnationalism, particularly going back to the Malda Congress, and BJP is quite getting challenged in Tamil Nadu and Bengal. These two states which have a kind of a regional subnationalism, which can counter the sort of Hindi kind of Hindutva kind of narrative, because it seems that in North India, particularly in states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Gujarat, even Rajasthan and Haryana to some extent, Himachal, Uttarakhand, BJP has been doing very well over the several last, not only just the last 3 elections, but also even during the Congress time. So it's quite interesting that whether the way back to Varnaculas could be one model, and the vocabulary has to be. To Shubhanik, this is just a very passing comment. I think your understanding of the neoliberal with Indian variety is quite interesting, and I must just add that if you could think about neoliberalism with Indian characteristics, I have argued in my second book, Indian History of Liberalization, that even if you look at analyze the top corporates, the top 100 richest persons in India, which home states, there is a significant disproportion, and you will find significant absence of both Muslims, Dalits, and OBCs. And in the corporate boards also. This kind of interesting kind of how the Indian corporate capitalist class itself is also constituted. And that's a very, it gives a lot of thing in terms of policy making and its impact on Indian politics, funding of parties. Thank you.
Is the nature of what Professor Chaudhary mentioned, that the BJP is very neoliberal in its economic ideology. It preaches open market and stuff, which is not the typical right wing that we see in Europe. If we talk about Giorgia Meloni or Geert Wilders or Marine Le Pen, even Donald Trump, all of them have policies regarding high tariffs and protectionism, and they have skepticism regarding international institutions. But the BJP, on the other hand, adheres to a lot of these neoliberal institutions, to these neoliberal policies and values like financial inclusion and all of that. My question is that, what is the motivation behind this? Is it to gain acceptance regarding from both the reactionary sections of global politics as well as the more neoliberal sections of the global politics, or is it a very is it something very planned behind sort of their model of politics that they see? So it always kind of baffles me that how the BJP's model of reactionary politics and right wing is actually quite different from the more European and American right wing regarding their economic outlook. And maybe that might be another one reason why Mr. Erdogan is criticized a lot more globally than Mr. Modi is. So yeah, and what do you have to say about that?
So maybe we can take one more question. Okay, so
thank you very much for the question. I suppose, thanks Madhu, pleasure to have you here. Um, you're right in kind of emphasizing on the role of Congress in the opposition. And you know, I'm divided on this because there is a way in which I don't really think that leaving matters to Congress is going to be very wise in terms of the correct political direction. At the same time, I must also admit that it has been the Congress primarily that has made some kind of initial articulation about this alternative idea of India, which I think politically was very necessary to take on the BJP on its own terms, so that not to entirely abandon what Mr. Jadhav said in the morning, the grounds of nationalism in substance. I don't agree with Mr. Jadhav in terms of some of us feeling embarrassed about that and so on, but I do think that the nation provides a certain kind of cogent, coherent, capsulated framing into which one can weave various positions, and so it can be a direct face-to-face counter between the two segments. The alternative, I agree with you in terms of the push towards federalism and regional subnationalism to some extent. Now, I believe that among the northern states that you mentioned, I must admit, I must confess that I fail to understand Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, okay, in some sense. I believe that they are somewhat organically conservative as a society. That's right. Madhya Pradesh is perhaps the kind of breeding ground of that ideology and conservatism. Having said which, I think Haryana, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Himachal, these kind of states, they enjoy being with the kind of hegemonic power. So they oscillate between Congress and BJP, and insofar as they represent the North Indian bloc, they naturally qualify as the Hindustani bloc. Insofar they are against the kind of regional subnationalism. The moment they kind of encounter the larger Indian kind of scenario, they would have to reconsider their stakes. So, and the alternative in terms of the economic vision. So I think Rahul Gandhi once again is on a bit of a slippery slope here, and I think it would do well, the Congress think tank, and practically I am making a plea for leftists and liberals to make a case for considering questions of degrowth, of considering various kinds of other issues, move away from capitalocentrism in terms of thinking about development. A complete rethinking of the question of development is necessary if one is to pose a concrete alternative to the BJP's model of government. So that would be my answer to you, and I think Ujan's question is something that you can handle.
Thank you. Yes, to Moidul's point about this, I had the data, but just for the sake of, in 2022, 88.4% of billionaires in India belong to the upper caste, and 9% OBC, 2.6% Muslims. 2.6% ACs. So there is not even a single Muslim in the Indian billionaire, dollar billionaire, those who have wealth more than $1 billion, more than or equal to $1 billion. To the question of an alternative, if I may just add to what Rajoshri has already said, that I think the point that needs to be made is that we cannot wish away globalism, global capitalism, in the sense that we cannot say that tomorrow I will not be a part of global economy in that sense. But the might of the capital has to be controlled in the sense through a social policy, social democratic policy, which tries to put certain bars in the front of the onward march of capital. Having said that, you see, this idea that the only problem with BJP is that it takes money from Adani and Ambani and is the crony of Adani and Ambani is fundamentally wrong. Any capitalist regime will ultimately end up with its own cronies, because the market, as Moidul has rightly pointed out, is also a myth, the myth of perfect competition, that I just lay the rules of the game and then there will be perfect competition and people will just play the game according to the rules. That does not happen, particularly in a society where there is already monopoly capital which exists,
and then it tries to break into territories where it does not exist. So just think about 10 years back, we were jolly well went to our grocery shops. Now we go to Reliance Fresh or some place where they have completely corporatized that sector. And there are proposals that they are going to fully corporatize the retail sector, which is the second largest employment generator in our country after agriculture. So if that is entirely corporatized, formalized, then there will be again a huge loss of jobs, because the number of jobs in a Walmart store or a Spencer store is much less than the number of jobs that can be having in the local kirana shop. Now to your question, which is a difficult question as far as I am concerned, I think one of the reasons that Modi or BJP is unabashedly neoliberal is that we have not yet reached the levels of precarity that the working class, or particularly the middle class in the European countries have already reached. So in other words, the support base of Modi is one is that, as Rajeshita was saying, or even Mr. Yadav was saying, that essentially culture first kind of argument, that Hindutva is the dominating thing within which the economy is subservient. But also I think, you see, let us take the case of, for example, Latin America. There the neoliberalism was in full onslaught, and that onslaught resulted in actually a destruction of their middle class. Here the middle class is still having it very good, and so the opinion makers, the media and all that, they are very comfortable with the idea that we are having it very good. Whereas there are economics papers which shows that those districts which are more globalized as compared with those which are less globalized have less employment generation than those who are less globalized. And this is by a student of Abhijit Mena and Banerjee, PhD from EY. So you see, it is not again a quote unquote left paper. It is very much traditional mainstream paper, neoclassical economics paper, whose facts are these. So therefore, I think that there is a crisis, but the crisis has not hit those who matter. So farmers are on the streets. Most of the pension schemes are gone. I mean, West Bengal is one of the few states which carries on with the old pension schemes. How many protests have been happening on the issue of pension schemes? In fact, the common sense that has been evolved is that pension is something very bad. But now, even Modi has now changed it, gone back to the old pension scheme in a new way. The old scheme in a new avatar, basically. So therefore, you see, so things are changing for those who matter. And there is a large section of the population who matter in electoral terms, and for them the goals are there and these various schemes are there, and the topic all Hindutva is there. Thank you.
Thank you. We are almost towards the end of the session, so I would like to end the session with one question from one side. Since morning we are talking in very flat categories. You also mentioned not this nation, but capital and class, but also India. We are talking about state, but also India as general, how Indian democracy. But my question is, when we are talking about democracy, can we really talk about India as a unit at all?
Can you just unpack the question?
No, can we really talk about Indian democracy in these meta categories?
That everything is a coordinated transaction, and democracy itself is like millions of people making choices
and
based on very small transactions and instrumental ideas.
I am not sure that I'm really getting the thrust of Madhura's question in some sense. Will you rephrase it, please? No, I'm like a confused student.
Is there anything
Can
like
we
one
talk
Indian
about something?
democracy?
Yeah, is there one Indian democracy? That's your question. Well, kind of shortcut way of going to it would be to say that there are many smaller kind of democracies, autocracies, only formally democracies, authoritarian regimes of what Jaffelow called informal sovereignties, which can be put under the umbrella, just for the sake of talking, for methodological kind of convenience, which can be thought of as belonging under what we are referring to as Indian democracy. And I'm not using the word democracy in a normative sense here. We all know that we are talking about a system which is, whose probably, kind of the only claim, substantial claim to democracy is a periodic electoral kind of system. And which is once again something that can be gained with, that we all know. So yes, if you are asking whether we should have talked much more in terms of specifics, in terms of specific categories and specific questions of politics, we ought to have. But since we are talking about the Lok Sabha elections, the scope has been laid out for us in terms which are macro. And that is not to say that this macro is not constituted of various micro in some sense. So when Mr. Yadav was talking about, let us say, the Lok Sabha elections, he immediately corrected the thrust of his argument by talking about Haryana, what has happened in Haryana assembly elections. And one could bring up something like, let us say, municipality election that happened in Mumbai, so on and so forth. So yes, it is a differentiated reality that we are talking about, and this is the reason why I was trying to underline something like heterogeneity time and again. So, and in some sense I was trying to kind of talk about our reconceptions or conceptions of the masses in terms of heterogeneity, in terms of heterogeneous sensibilities which we need to map, lump and understand. I hope that...
Can I just add one point? In fact, I wanted to talk about state level issues, but we didn't have time. So, you see, it also depends on the political moment that we are in. BJP is a party which has practically enforced on all of us this idea of what Mr. Yadav was talking about, Hinduism, about Hindu nationalism, about Indian nationalism. And what their project is to undermine all the other isms that, in terms of, let us say, the Bengaliness. Are you a Bengali or an Indian? So for the BJP word in Indian, for us the Bengali side, and for a lot of us maybe it would be the other way around and so on. So the political moment also decides that what are the categories that we are going to talk about. Right now the hegemonic force is trying to assimilate everything into the idea of India, the idea of whatever their idea of India is. There is of course the idea of Bharatvarsh and so on. And secondly, but on the other hand, the resistances have to talk about what Moidul was also referring to, some nationalism. In fact, Partha Chatterjee has this argument that the barriers that BJP faces are essentially barriers of federalism. Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Bengal, Orissa till the other day. So therefore it depends from our perspective, we should be talking about the issues that we were talking about. But Lok Sabha elections and then thinking about...
Can I just add one more point? One more point which I am not sure has actually been, I've managed to kind of make it strongly enough, but and I'm repeating it because I think I really wanted to provoke with that point. I do very seriously think and believe that the separation of religion from politics is an exceptional interregnum that we have seen only during the early post-colonial years. By default, we would do well to consider our society as one where religion is very much part of the political realm. And therefore, that is the advantage of the BJP, that it can slide us into a default position rather than maneuver us to a different kind of position. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have to wrap up this session. So, thank you both the speakers once again. And request those who have food coupons, please proceed to the department for lunch. And we will assemble here back at 2:45 for the next business
to take their seats as the second business session is about to start. I would like to call upon stage Professor Azad Mahmood from Political Science Department of Presidency University, along with 3 other panelists, Prashanjit Bose, social activist and economist, Shubharanjan Dashgupta, social scientist, and Shoaib Daniel, journalist. Thank you.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to the post-lunch session. So what we are going to have here, as you can see, this is going to be a panel discussion. And if post-lunch sessions are usually quite difficult, but if you're feeling a little bit drowsy because of the food, it is the responsibility of these panelists to keep you awake. So we are looking forward to a very spirited discussion. We have had a very, very thought-provoking, intellectually stimulating first session, where we heard a lot of things about Indian democracy and what this election means for democracy. And to further take the thing forward, we have three very eminent people from three different walks of life. Dr. Prosenjit Bose, I've known him for many years since I was a student here. He's an economist, trained economist, but he's also a very social activist, right? You might have heard about the movement against inflated electricity bills to the coal mines of Deusha Pachani. You will find Dr. Prosenjit Bose there working for the marginalized and making his arguments politically. He also writes. Shoaib Daniel, if you read the scroll or if you read newspapers in general and the scroll, you must be familiar with his name. He writes prolifically and he's one of the most insightful journalists that we have. He is the political editor of Scroll, and during West Bengal 2021 elections, even 2024 elections, Shoaib's reportage, his interventions, his keen analytical insights have helped us think about where the elections were going. And finally, we have Professor Shubharanjan Dashgupta. Professor Dashgupta retired from Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata. He has an expertise on partition and neo-Marxian ethics. He has written on culture and Marxism. But he is also one of the consistent commentators on Indian politics, writing for the Frontline and other outlets. The panel would be organized along this is what the modalities, the logistics would be. I, as the chair, I'm going to ask some questions directed at each of the speakers. You will get around 3 to 4 minutes of time to respond. Other panelists get a chance if they want to intervene or propose something else. And so the idea is to have a discussion for 60 minutes. And I know many of the students were complaining that why aren't we getting enough time for Q&A. So the idea is that if we can wrap this up within 60 minutes, we should have around 20 minutes for Q&A where we open the stage. And so, without further ado, we were waiting for the head of the department. He must be busy somewhere. So we begin because the two sessions have been quite provocative in the sense that Yogendra Yadav ended by saying that the electoral verdict does not mean the battle has ended, and really points out three specific battles which will ensue. One was the electoral battle, one was the movements, the battle of the streets, and the third as the battle of ideas. So, taking this idea forward, what I would like to do is, I would like to ask, my first question would be to Shoaib, because of his intensive understanding of Indian politics and views. Yogendra Yadav actually told us that he could not explain the electoral results convincingly. There was a counter causality that worked. So as a journalist who has traveled extensively and covered the elections, what do you think are the reasons that explain the electoral verdict of 2024? Yeah, we have to switch it on, sorry.
Cool. Thank you so much, Zad. That's an interesting thing for Mr. Yadav to say. Luckily, journalists are far more confident than academics and far more cocksure. So I think firstly, I don't think it was a shock verdict. It was a shock verdict because of, I think, a sort of this media furor that was created. If you actually read a lot of reportage, in fact, if you read a reportage by my colleague Supriya Sharma, she has actually surfaced discontent in UP amongst Dalits and backward castes. So this was there, this thing was there. If you actually went on the ground, you did see this. And I don't kind of blame anyone or something like that or whatever. No, I'm no one to blame, but because the media is very powerful and the best of us we are influenced by that because India is so large, the Indian Union is so large, it's not possible for anyone in Calcutta to also be in Kanpur and to be in Kozhikode and to be in Coimbatore. Right? It's just too big for any one person. So we do depend on mass media. So I don't think it was a very shock result that way. I think broadly there are three factors that explain this result. Of course, this is in hindsight, so you'll have to take my word for it. That I also thought of this. We were also thinking of this in the school newsroom while the election was going on. The three things are basically, one is specifically in UP, caste played a huge role, right? And UP is so large and it has its own weight that it really moves the national election in one way. Caste did play a role. The BJP has, wherever you stand on the political spectrum, has pulled off a fantastic feat of having a vertical caste coalition of Hindu castes. And why no one is being able to pull it off for so long is that it is actually very difficult to do because if you go on the ground, castes pull in different ways, especially in UP. And that was a contradiction of the BJP, at least partially failed to manage this time. So that was one. Number two was the economy did play a role. There was discontent around jobs, there was discontent around inflation. In a way, this also is related to the first factor. These are mutually exclusive factors. This sort of thing, especially fears around reservation, were exacerbated by the fact that people saw real hardship in their lives. So these two were very big factors that played across. The third, these are sort of, in a way, external factors to the BJP. The third factor, I think, was a dimming of Mr. Modi's aura. Mr. Modi is really quite a remarkable phenomenon in Indian politics, again, whether we like it or not. For example, West Bengal, every time I've reported in West Bengal, you can't really put a number to these, but at least I do think a substantial percentage of the BJP's vote is actually Mr. Modi's vote. He really does bring in votes in a way that I think we've last seen with Mrs. Indira Gandhi. He is a national leader. He has a charisma of his own. He has a popularity of his own. And Mr. Modi's charisma in this election is, and you can really see that post-election, where you really don't see the force and the sort of the momentum that say was there with Mr. Modi in 2019. So these are the three factors that broadly explain, I think, the national verdict. Of course, India is so large that, as I think Mr. Yadav himself, India has 543 elections. So of course we can go on, but you told me only 3 minutes.
Yeah, you get only 3 minutes, sorry. We want a compressed version of reality here. No, so taking this question forward, my question to the host would be that, what are the significant trends that you witness in voting behavior in the 18th Lok Sabha election? Because there was this conversation about UP and Orissa going into different directions and a difference between the northern India versus the south and west. So could you elaborate on the voting trends?
Thank you, sir. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Political Science Department of Presidency and the Council for Political Studies for organizing this seminar and having me here. So I just, because you have set a strict time limit, I just wanted to show, I just hope that it doesn't take more time and well, I hope it comes up, it will save a lot of time. But anyway, just to answer your question, I think if we look at the numbers, then the national vote share of the BJP declined by less than 1% between 2019 and 2024. Yet there was a decline of 63 seats overall. So this needs an explanation. And I would like to refer to Professor Partho Chatterjee's description of this 2024 election as a normal election in India's context and not a wave election. And I think that is because these numbers would help in showing it. Just 2 slides, just show the first one. Just ask him to open his email. So the short point I was trying to make was that basically if we borrow Professor Chatterjee's category in terms of what is a wave election and what is a normal election. A normal election is that India's context can be described as one where different sets of states vote differently for different reasons. And I think that it is more evident in 2024 than both 2019 and the earlier one, 2014, which brought this regime to power. In the sense that there are, is it possible, or then let's just forget about it. I think we are wasting more time than this. So you have these large states in India, like Uttar Pradesh, which we have just mentioned, but also Maharashtra, also West Bengal, to some extent Bihar, Jharkhand, to a larger extent in Telangana, in Karnataka, where the BJP actually lost pretty significantly. So if you look at the overall average, it's less than 1%. But these are states where, BJP, in Rajasthan for instance, BJP lost over 10% vote share. In Uttar Pradesh also it was fairly large, almost 8 to 9% loss in percentage point loss in vote share, and so on. I had the entire table here. So overall they lost 87 seats and mostly these major states, these large states. But there were some states where they compensated, and I think that is where Shoaib was mentioning Mr. Modi's charisma, but I think that one of the things about Mr. Modi is that he heads with his right-hand man, Mr. Amit Shah, the most formidable and efficient electoral machine, and that they are very good at strategizing, and they knew that there was anti-incumbency which was building up. I'll come to it in a moment, but so they actually focused on states where BJP did not do that well earlier. So the most significant gain that the BJP made in 2024 was in Odisha. They just swept the state. And also Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. So after Karnataka, these two South Indian states also, they could actually not only increase vote share but gain seats. And combined with the fact that the opposition alliance, although they made the right noises, ultimately did not either wasn't able to present a very coherent program, a united coherent program. Right noises were made by the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, but it was clearly not a united articulation. Even with his own party would not, even today, doesn't agree with many of the things which Rahul Gandhi is saying in terms of his critique of the regime. And even the alliance, the way it was, the state-by-state basis, the seat sharing arrangements didn't go smoothly. For instance, in West Bengal, the three major components of the India coalition were in the reckoning, but there was no alliance in this crucial state of West Bengal, which I think
had it been there, would have made a big difference vis-a-vis ultimately the number of seats that BJP could get. So overall what I would say is that different states voted differently. In some states, the basic problem with this government is that I think the real problem is that they have made a complete mess out of the Indian economy. They are destroying livelihoods. There's a huge problem of unemployment. They are fudging the GDP data. Don't believe in the government's GDP estimates. It's all fudged. This whole, this vanity about being the fastest growing major economy in the world, I think is complete. But I have now, I think it's, go to the second slide. I think that is more important. This one. So if you can just reduce it, minimize it a bit. So this will summarize what I was saying. That if you look at this pink, this one, this is the 87. These are the states where the BJP lost seats, and these are the numbers of seats that they lost in each of these states. These are the losses by percentage points. This is all negative apart from Punjab. Punjab they gained in vote share, but they lost because they couldn't have the alliance. These are the states where they gained, the green one. So look at Odisha, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and even Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh where they won all the seats, And those are the yellow are the status quo states where nothing really changed. So this is what I think is what Professor Chatterjee is trying to say, a normal election in India, where there is no wave like the last time or the last one before that. So different states have moved in, the electorate has moved in different directions. So it's very difficult to give a kind of causal explanation to the verdict. I would say that the seats went down and the states where there was anti-incumbency and they lost seats was because their economic realities, the harsh economic realities have started really hurting the people, especially the youth, the educated youth, unemployment, the farmers who are not getting the prices for their produce, especially the Dalits, and of course the largest minority, religious minority in our country, the Muslims, who are, at the receiving end all the time. So the economic and performance of this government, growing inequalities, crony capitalism, and just look at the phenomenal levels of corruption and crony capitalism that India is symbolizing today in terms of what is happening to just one business house, the Adani Group.
Thank you. But we need to sorry about this. I need to be harsh. I want to continue with this what Prashanjit was talking about to Subharanjan Babu. So thinking about the electoral verdict, what is your opinion? Because the point is, does it mean the decline of Hindutva, or what are the challenges before Hindutva? How should we read the electoral results that have come up?
Thank you. Well, I shall begin with a confession. I am not a social scientist. I am a student of literature and literary theory, and I studied literature in the same institution. One of our revered professors was Professor Raman Bhattacharya, father of the eminent historian and my close friend Tonika Shortcut. He told us repeatedly, view literature through the socio-economic prism. I accepted this prism wholeheartedly, and then my fortunate intimacy with social scientists like Shobhan Dalda, Prabhat Patnaik, Homi Bakshi and the others, somewhat these two aspects legitimize my presence here. Now, what is the most pressing challenge for the BJP and Hindutva? In my answer, I have to depend in a fair measure on approximation because the last census was held years ago. Of this, we are sure that in the last Lok Sabha election 2024, the BJP received 36.56% of the total quantum of the votes cast. What does this percentage indicate? it indicates that the majority of the Hindu voting community throughout the country rejected the BJP, the Sangh Parivar, and its Hindutva. It did not reject Hinduism, it rejected Hindutva. There is a basic, essential difference between the two. I will not go into this because this is not the subject here. Now this figure is crucially important. If you slice off the minuscule sheet endorsement that the BJP received, mainly in Punjab, the vote share, the BJP vote share reduces itself still further. Out of this, take 32% definite endorsement and support came from the rich, very rich, affluent section. That accounts approximately for 20%. I am talking of the moneyed, pleasure-seeking, gadget-trapped, urban class who never had it so good. And they care a big bloody F for the rest of the country, for the remaining 75%. When French critics like Romeo Basti, Gunter Grass and Prabhat Patnaik rail against the onslaught of neoliberal globalization, they had this myopic class in mind. Whether the members of this class subscribe to trademark Hindutva or not is besides the point. The regime serves their class and economic interests, and that is what matters. Friends, to quote the economists of the Paris Club, this section is literally bristling with plutocrats, and for the latter, Hindutva could well nigh be synonymous with plutocracy, nothing more, nothing less. Then why did million Hindus, I'm not talking of Muslims and Christians, did not vote for the BJP? This reason has already been explicated by my two friends, Prashanto and Yogendra Yadav, and I wouldn't dwell much on it. It was the quotidian life, the quality of quotidian life, the torment of our dear Indian existence, which the majority suffered day in and day out. And this prompted them to forget the slogans of Hindutva. We have been told here that the three touchstones of Hindutva are Article 370, Common Civil Code, and Ram Mandir. Let's take them one by one. Bulldozed out of Parliament by a brutal majority. The people of Kashmir who mattered rejected 370 categorically. Whether Article 370 will be annulled or not is a different matter. But 370 was rejected by the people who mattered. Common Civil Code. I would like to use Jinnah's expression. No code can be more moth-eaten. The entire Northeast is out of it for two reasons. First, tribal identity, and second, which is not much mentioned, but which is very relevant, Christian majority. The tribals within the Indian subcontinent, they have also been excluded. So two big blocks are out. And only recently a very important editorial came out where they said that if you exclude the Christians of the Northeast, why can't you exclude the Christians from the rest of the country? And then a further question, why can't you exclude the Muslims? I come to the third and the most glaring touchstone, Ram Mandir. The airport, which was built by spending millions of rupees, is lying forlorn and vacant. Only a few airlines come up and come down with few passengers. The frontal facade of the temple has been constructed, the other portions have not been constructed, and years will be taken to bring the temple to completion. The roofs are leaking. And now I come to the most glaring evidence. Prime Minister Modi wanted to contest from Ayodhya. His agents and lackeys conducted 3 pre-election surveys, and all the surveys told him that he would lose. And that is why he did not fight. If that is the truth, why should we accept that Hindutva has won again? Why should we? It has not, and let me be hopeful, it will not. The difference between Hindutva and Hinduism is basic. The difference between Gandhi's Hinduism and Golwalkar's Hindutva is basic. You know what Gandhi said about Hindutva. He called it a religion based on hatred which does not respect the basic fundamentals of democratic national formation.
So
now should I stop here?
Yeah, I think we can take them up with the next question, right? No, but so what I find is very interesting on the one hand, this panel is emphasizing on the material realities of economy, but in the previous session we had a very animated discussion about the relevance of culture and ideas and its importance. So I want to come to Shoaib here. Given that you're a person from the media and the media has played an important role, so my question would be that what kind of strategies of political communication you found amongst the political parties? Because that, this was a mediatized election. We all agree that Modi is the first media spectacle of a prime minister, right? And so how do you think media coverage and the kinds of coverage and the political communication that occurred during this 2024 elections? And what were the major differences that you would like to highlight?
I think this is a very important thing, because this is changing so quickly that it's sometimes difficult for even me, who is in the industry, to sometimes take stock of what is happening. Let me start off with an anecdote. In Bengal, rally sizes once upon a time were this definitive indicator of political strength. ठीक है, जो brigade of Bhora Kina was definitive to whether you would rule in Calcutta or not, right? BJP has broken this trend. BJP does not do very large rallies. When Mr. Modi came 5 years back, the brigade was half empty. I had a piece on it. Yet, in spite of that, the BJP actually did very well. So we're seeing a very different mode of political communication emerge. Earlier, there was a centralized sort of node-based thing where you would have rallies, where you would have this sort of local sort of based thing, but centralized from, say, Calcutta or Delhi. You still have that in the BJP. BJP is even far more centralized than I think any other party right now today. But its use of social media, its use of WhatsApp, its use of what is the name of the Namo app, for example, has been spectacular. I think the BJP just appointed its first WhatsApp head in the state. I can't remember which state, maybe Odisha. So this sort of thing has changed the game, and people are trying to catch up. You're seeing the Trinamool trying to catch up with the IT cell. You're seeing the Congress trying to catch up. The Congress actually has done a pretty good job for what it's worth, to give the parties due when it comes to catching up with online communication on Twitter, which is on big social media such as Twitter, which is easy to do. What is difficult to replicate is the grassroots connect using things like WhatsApp, using things like social media, that the BJP has done fantastically. And the BJP can really push campaigns at a level that is unprecedented. I think 4 or 5 years back, Mr. Amit Shah said something to the effect of, we can make a truth into a lie using WhatsApp, right? Probably not a great thing to say out loud, but it's kind of true, right? The BJP has such a strong network that it can really create narratives. And the thing in politics is, if all you're doing is responding to a narrative, you've already lost, right? I mean, you're good. I mean, you might win an election or two, but if all you're doing is combating narratives, if you're combating fake news, if you're producing articles saying false, you will always be playing catch up. It sounds like a terrible thing to say, given this is part of our job as journalists. But from what I've seen covering politics for more than a decade right now, is unfortunately it's the person who sets the narrative that will often run away with political power. And the BJP has done very well when it comes to that. There are obviously limits to that. So that is one thing. The other thing is, while what I said is true with respect to political communication, one place where often the decline of the legacy that is overstated in my opinion is the decline of legacy TV media. Now of course there is WhatsApp and of course there is social media, and these really have an increasing amount of power, and there is no doubt about it. But one thing that I often find in our excitement to identify a trend, we maybe overstate the decline of the legacy. Now remember what Hindi media publishes, especially Hindi media. I mean, I guess it's true for every media in its own space, but Hindi media has a just weight of its own, has a mass of its own that is immense for national media. Still, again, sets the agenda. Now everything is responding to that. So these two things the BJP has captured well in a way that everybody has done bits of it. You know, like, I mean, if you go back in time, you can see Indira Gandhi capturing national media. I mean, it's, you know, pushing for hard to capture national media. But again, Mr. Modi has done it with sophistication, unfortunately, that has not been matched right now. Because remember, when Indira Gandhi did it, there was a nationalized media. But Mr. Modi has done it in remarkably in a privatized media space. So in a media space where technically he has no, I mean, he has direct control using laws, but those laws are available to every government. And those laws are actually very rarely explicitly used. They were used against a channel called Media One, which is a Malayali news channel, but they're not explicitly used generally. The stick is always there. But yet Mr. Modi has captured these two media spaces, and that is huge. And everyone has to come up against that. You saw, for example, Trinamool push up something with IPAC, and they came up as a blip for some time, and then they went down. The Congress did it, I think, very well during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but again it was a blip and then it went down. I don't know how many people remember there was actually a second Bharat Jodo Yatra, which again, you know, did not capture the imagination that the first one did. So when the Congress has to do something, they have to, you know, do something extraordinary, while the BJP can push narratives just sitting on their chair. So if you look at the elections, I'll end with this. If you look at the current round of elections, for example, we've done a lot of reporting as told on Jharkhand. Now in Jharkhand, it is remarkable that the BJP has almost out of thin air invented a Adivasi Muslim kind of divide, and the Muslims are often portrayed as Bangladeshi infiltrators, etc. There's no proof of this on the ground. There is no proof of this even in government data. But it is so sophisticated. So you see this working in multiple levels. The social media, there is Sudhir Chaudhary who will do a show on it. There is ED that will launch a raid on the day of the voting. If you see Hindi newspapers on the day of the Jharkhand voting, everybody had a headline which says ED ne Bangladesh upar chapa mara or something like that. And it's completely some random thing, but the raid has been done, so the headline could be generated. And that's enough. Who's going to see the case as it develops, 15 years down the line? So this sort of sophistication is incredible, and everybody's playing catch up with this media narrative. And it's easy for me to pontificate, but this requires deep pockets. As Pushanjit said, the BJP has a machine that is very difficult to replicate. And we're really seeing something very new and very novel coming up when it comes to political communication that is happening in India.
I just want but brief reflection on this, because what we find is that there is no one Narendra Modi, right? So you have one Narendra Modi who comes to Man Ki Baat, who is like a village elder, does not speak bad about anyone. Then during elections you have an acerbic, very vitriolic Narendra Modi talking about patenge ya katenge. And then you have another statesman like Narendra Modi who goes out like during the G20. So this is something I want to ask you, because you're from media, you can also reflect on that. That so far we thought that political leaders would have an authentic personality, right? I've grown up to Buddhadev Bhattacharya, right? Short, bhalo, shaiti. There is one personality, one authentic personality of a political leader. Modi is possibly, and I want your reflection there, that he can talk to multiple audiences with multiple personas. And like, are other political leaders unable to do so, or do you think this reading of mine is an over-reading? Like, from a person who follows Modi and politics, what's your reflection?
No, I think that's a great observation, and Mr. Modi really has pushed this statesman persona or godlike persona quite a bit, and it's a very clever thing because it's a great way to cement political power. You're untouchable. You're a statesman. And of course, during elections, he also releases a vitriolic statement or two. Now the thing is, actually, I think for his supporters there is no contradiction, right? I think the fact that Mr. Modi as Gujarat Chief Minister was very vitriolic. If you see Mr. Modi as Prime Minister, he's an angel compared to the Gujarat Chief Minister days, right? He's really tamped down. This is unfortunately seems like a very terribly young crowd. But if you go back in time and you see his statements after the Gujarat riots, they were vitriolic, right? Things that maybe even Mr. Adityanath will not say today. Mr. Modi said that he built his reputation on that. That is, his politics is built on that. That's the first layer. And then comes the statesman like when he becomes Prime Minister. So I think to a BJP supporter there is no contradiction. These are levels built up. That is Mr. Modi. That is what his popularity is built on. And today, since he's Prime Minister, he will take this statesman-like image. And I think that's the way it goes. And Mr. Modi will push harder and harder, I feel, on his statesman-like image, because that is what gives him very permanent political power, because the vitriolicness can be done by many people. But only Mr. Modi can be God.
I would like to go to Subharanjan Babu. So in the discussion that we had in the morning, any meaningful electoral challenge to the dominance of the BJP involves a role of the Congress party, and I think Yogendra Yadav and Rajashrida also, when talking about the opposition, were talked about the challenges or the inability to create an alternative language of society, nation, culture. So Congress as the major political party, what do you think are the challenges before the opposition? But when we are thinking about opposition, no point talking about DMK or Trinamool only, because we are talking about the national election. So it would be nice if you could focus also on the Congress party and its practice. How do you reflect on it?
Well, this question can be answered by attending to two related levels. One, the action and the functioning of the Congress leaders at the center, primarily Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, and then the activity and the functioning of the state Congress satraps. Just recall the situation before the election. All the opposition leaders, from CPIM to Farooq Abdullah, literally implored the Congress to sit down and finalize the seat sharing arrangement. Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi did not budge. Why? Because they thought that they would win the elections in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. That would make them mighty, and that would help them to corner their allies. Now this attitude has to go for once and for all. Waiting for election results and then trying to carve out a seat share. Well, in spite of this, after a belated seat sharing, the results blew the balloon out of Narendra Modi. All political commentators suggested that had the Congress gone for a seat sharing earlier, had the Congress and its allies begun their joint campaigns earlier, then the BJP wouldn't have won even 240 seats. I am making a speculative statement, but I am stating what the commentators have said. The India Alliance won 243, the BJP won 240, a very, very slender difference. Had the Congress listened to its allies, perhaps the consequences would have been better. Now I come to the state level. You take Madhya Pradesh. The Congress satrap there, Kamal Nath, who can be best described as a Congress Hinduttavad, who tried to beat the BJP in his own game. He listened to no one. He was so adamant that he did not even allow a conference to take place in Bhopal because then the anti-Sanatani DMK could participate in it. And what did his Hindutva give him? Nothing. After that shocking defeat, he literally groveled in the floors of the BJP for some time, but the genuine Hinduttavadis did not have any time or patience for a Congressite Hinduttavadi, and they showed him the door. After that, he lurked back to the corridors of the Congress, and he's still lurking like a shadow there. You come to Jharkhand. All the eggs were placed in the basket of another useless satrap. What's his name? Buddha. I forget the names of these persons. Haryana, yeah. And Congress ruined the sure and certain victory. I'm not going to blame Kumari Sailaja for it because I followed the election results. The Dalit candidates who came under the region of influence of Kumari Sailaja won their seats. They lost elsewhere. It is because of Buddha or Buddha's intransigence that Congress lost in Haryana, and Rahul Gandhi had to admit some of our leaders stake their personal interest more than party interest. It is high time that the Congress gets rid of these old fogies like Buddha and Kamal Nath and even Ashok Gehlot. Their times are gone and they should leave. But this Buddha is still playing. He is going with the Congress delegation to the Election Commission to table complaints. He should be relegated to the back rows and asked to shut up. The allies are also to a certain extent responsible. Consider the impending election in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, they are fighting each other. The results can be predicted even now that BJP will win because the anti-BJP vote will be divided. I admit totally that the Aam Aadmi Party played a despicable role during the riots in Delhi. They did not speak a word in favor of the harassed and persecuted Muslims in order to protect his Hindu vote bank. But even after that, a compromise could have been arranged with the Congress fighting the 20 to 25 seats where there is a Muslim majority, and the rest where the AAP and the Congress would have divided the seats between themselves and fought the BJP. They are not doing. But who will listen to this poor Cassandra of Tyrese speaking from there? They will go on in their own way. If this continues, let me tell you, you cannot fight a cohesive, united, strong, neo-fascist force like the BJP and the Sangh Parivar, which can melt their differences within the twinkling of an eye. Ravish Kumar and others suggested 1,000 times that now the RSS and the BJP, they are on parking roads after the famous interview with Nadda gave in Indian Express. They are friends again. And they will be friends because a very, very pernicious and seductive ideology puts them together. If you have to fight them, you have to forget your petty political interests. You have to think of the nation. You have to have a basic common ideology, the ideologies of some sort of social democracy. I'm not going to elaborate on it, I don't have time, and then fight it. And you have to fight not in the way you have already fought. And if you fight, you can win. The last election results in Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh have said that you have the chance to win, but you have to fulfill the basic preconditions. Thank you.
to that, I would like to come to Proshenjit. So, ideology and how issues are framed seem so important. But you talk about inequality, and Shubhanil also in his lecture was talking about increasing economic inequality. So, how was the issue of inequality discussed during this election, and what do you think are the implications for the future, given that economists are talking a lot about inequality, but that doesn't seem to, and you also attach it to electoral outcomes, but that doesn't seem to be there in the electoral messaging or the discourse around election. It is not an electoral agenda. So, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that's there's a confusion regarding when we are talking about inequality, it is not only economic inequality that is relevant politically, it's also social, political and so on. So I think that the entire Congress's campaign, the Bharat Nyaya Yatra, focused on the question of justice. So what was the whole, the attempted counter narrative, which I think is still, it does not gain enough traction, it has not got adequate cohesion. And that is also to some extent related to the fact, I think that much of what Professor Dasgupta said, out of his impatience with the way the Congress leadership is behaving at an individual level. But I think much of it is ideological. The old guards of the Congress, how many of the Congress old guards actually believe in Rahul Gandhi? They don't. See, I mean, we cannot forget that for a fact that over 50% of the electoral bonds money went to the BJP, but some of it also went to the other parties as well, and especially the opposition parties also. So the old habits die hard. The Rahul Gandhi's speech for caste census, I think it's a very important demand because the OBCs are the biggest. If you're talking about BJP narrative, I would say that there is not one narrative. Okay, at least there are three narratives. There is a economic and strategic narrative, which let me put a label. Say it's an Amritkal narrative. Then there is a Hindutva narrative, and I would disagree with Professor Dasgupta when he says that Hindutva has won or lost. I think that's not the point. I think yes, Hindutva is mainly 90% of Hindutva is a tirade against Muslims, and there is a global. It's globally a fashionable Islamophobia is fashionable now. What is happening in India is that there's this old joke in Bengali I remember from my student days. There's this footballer in East Bengal club. His name was Kartik Shet. And people used to say that in front of the penalty box, those days the football matches used to happen in Eden Gardens, not the Salt Lake Stadium. So outside the penalty box area, there would be a puddle of mud. It wasn't that well groomed a field. So people would say that the ball somehow has to be put into the puddle, and Kartik Seth can come and kick the ball into the net from the puddle. That is that was his expertise. So BJP is like that Kartik said, you put the ball in the Hindu post-Muslim binary and they will score the goal and win the election. So I think that if anything that is triumphing and working for BJP is the Hindutva, that is quote unquote this anti-Muslim politics. Their Ambedkar narrative, I think that the opposition has to some extent, by talking about unemployment, and justice, economic justice, by talking against crony capitalism, by raising the demand for caste census, etc., has to some extent countered it. But I think that the correct counter narrative to this divisive politics has not yet been found. And the short answer which I can kind of suggest is that the social justice agenda has to be really articulated in a far more coherent. Look at the Congress. Rahul Gandhi is asking for a caste census. His own party in Karnataka did a caste census. They have a government there. One leader is opposing the other leader. The deputy chief minister is opposing the chief minister and forcing him not to bring out the results of the caste census. Why? Because the tension between the elite and the subalterns that take place within the Congress party too. And this shift this Rahul Gandhi is trying to make, which I think is absolutely important, you have to get the Bahujan section along with you in this battle against Hindutva majoritarianism. You have to get it. You have to build a huge coalition of OBCs, of Dalits, of Adivasis, because they are the working people, they are the farmers, they are the casual workers and so on and so forth. I think that that is in terms of inequality, I think that this whole approach where one would pit, one kind of struggle for justice against the other, that has to be forsaken. I think those orthodoxies need to give away to a new kind of consciousness, new forms of mobilization strategies also. But in one sense, Gandhi, Marx and Ambedkar needs to come together against this. So you have to talk against caste oppression, you have to fight against caste oppression, fight for social justice, you have to fight against class exploitation, and those battles, the agenda of class justice and the agenda of social justice, even gender justice. My critique of the Bharat Nyaya Yatra was that this gender aspect, just what is happening in terms of a lot of women vote, and even poor women vote for parties like the BJP, and what is the answer of the secular parties in West Bengal? You have Lokhi Bhandar. So that is not women's empowerment. What is happening to women in our country? Look at the level of atrocities. In West Bengal, we all know what we have been witnessing over the past 2 months, more than 2 months. And I think that, these kind of articulations, for justice against all kinds of inequalities, not only inequalities of income and wealth, but inequalities of caste, inequalities of gender, sexual minorities, all those who are faced with the injustices of the system, they have to find a voice in the opposition. And the battle against crony capitalism, the battle against the neoliberal capitalism and the ravages of the excesses of that, which is creating this huge income inequality. Unless until you are combining these larger struggles into that grand programmatic coalition and in terms of the real political mobilization, this narrative, because BJP is very good at social engineering. This, I would come back to this Jharkhand thing that is saying. And you see, this anti-NRC movement in Bengal, I have some experience in participating in that movement actively. I think in South Bengal it did have an important political impact also in terms of the political outcome in West Bengal in 2021. But look at North Bengal today. You have Rajbangshis, which is the largest Dalit community in West Bengal, especially in North Bengal. They, if you really go and talk to them, they think that NRC is an enabling thing for them. Why? Because the infiltrators, that is the Muslims, they would be sent back to Bangladesh or wherever, and that land can be redistributed among them. So the same thing, now the BJP is doing vis-a-vis the Santals and other tribal communities in Jharkhand. And I've seen the same thing in West Bengal. Same thing. You pit the Dalits against the Muslims, you pit the Adivasis against the Muslims, and it is also a kind of class politics, because they actually, what did Modi say in the course of the Lok Sabha campaign? ये आके आपका मंगलसूत्र छीन के मुसलमानों को दे देंगे, आपका जमीन छीन के मुसलमानों को दे देंगे. So to pit the OBCs, to pit the Dalits, to pit the Adivasis against the Muslims, and thereby create that communal divide, so that a larger unity of the subaltern, a larger unity of the exploited, a larger unity of the working people and the exploited people of our country can't be built. I think that's the crux of their strategy. And I think this election, the opposition made a half-hearted attempt, I would say, succeeded to some extent, but did not succeed fully. So the battle continues. But I think that there are grounds for optimism also.
Thank you. These kind of discussion, this kind of discussion, when you have people, activists and academics, you also have to stop them because it becomes quite personal. So apologies. We are running short of time, so what I propose to do is I'll cut back on some of the questions that I was going to ask, and I'll share the time with the audience. So if you have any pressing questions, you can raise your hands, and we can take those questions, and then we can wrap it up. So can we just, the mic, we'll have to share the mic. So, interlater. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, because
Hello.
1, 2.
Yes, thank you all. This is very, very exciting and stimulating session, and you've all kind of proved Zad wrong in terms of his apprehensions about a post-lunch session. So thank you, all three of you, for scintillating kind of arguments and presentations. I am wondering about something which I feel, although many of us have been touching on it since the morning, but we have not really kind of spoken at length about it. And it could very well be the elephant in the room, which is what was and is expected now of indigenous people's movements used to be expected 10 years back of Dalits. Right? And is it the case, or am I mistaken, that BJP politics could successfully drive a wedge between the leftists and Dalits, in the sense in which they could successfully promise at least an influential segment of the Dalits to get co-opted in, whether you call it crony capitalism or whatever be the case. And given how we have succeeded, if Mayawati's silence is one index to go with, who is to say that it is not going to succeed again in the case of indigenous people? And how can we then expect this normative expectation that the Dalits and the indigenous people are going to come along with the working class and the peasants? Who is to tell that that's not going to be the case and they're going to side precisely with the Hindutva-vadi crony capitalists?
So the question is directed to, I'm assuming, Shubharanjan Babu and question, and Shoaib, anyone. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Siksar Thomason. I'm Assistant Professor of Dr. Kanayal Bhattacharya College. And my questions I have three questions. Is soft Hindutva policies are taking Congress and other regional party which is help the Hindutva and non-Brahminical Hindutva? My first question is that soft Hindutva policies are taken by Congress and other regional party which can help BJP. And second question is non-Brahminical Hindutva, like Yogi Adityanath and other political leader. They are taking those kind of questions which help the BJP to aggregate all the Hindu community against the Muslims. And my third question is new Hindutva policy, which is different from L.K. Advani and the former previous Prime Minister is Atal Bihari Vajpayee. New kind of policy they are taking, like Yogi Adityanath, Amit Shah and Modi. They are playing new kind of role in Indian politics.
You think that these are two different Hindutva, or are you?
It's a different kind of Hindutva policy and new policies they are taking, which what kind of impact?
I hope you got the question. Yes, we have a question there.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Tanushri Arora. My question is primarily to Mr. Daniel. However, The thing is, since morning we've had multiple discussions on how the BJP has managed to make its appeal across communities, across caste, class, religion, whatever. But my point is, irrespective of how you make an appeal, what is constant is Mr. Modi. Votes are being given in the name of Prime Minister Modi. Now, as far as the opposition is concerned, do you think the opposition has any chance of coming to power in the name of any alliance? It can be India, it can be UP, anything. Until and unless they have a clear prime ministerial face and at least for a period of 1.5 to 2 years, a sustained campaign is done, keeping in mind the face of the Prime Minister, and if that at all happens, is it necessary that the Prime Ministerial candidate has to be from the Congress Party?
Hi, my question is for Shoaib. If we go back to the results of Ayodhya and the fact that Chandrasekhar Azad Raman won, as well as the Karnataka elections the year before, we see that there is some sort of a comeback of social justice movements and politics based on social justice movement that's making some sort of a comeback into the Indian political scene, which for so long has been dominated by identity politics of Hindutva. Is it something that you also feel in your work that the movement of social justice movement is coming back, or is it something that I'm being unrealistic about? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, if you can answer that.
Sorry, your name, sir? Pujan.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. My name is Bishak and my question is also for Shoaib. So, while researching on the role of social media in elections in general, conflict context, I found that the importance of fact-checking platforms is crucial, and several independent platforms are even working in India to ensure that, and in all other countries. So could you briefly comment on the state of these fact-checking platforms and the precarious possibility of them being controlled by governments and again by the same business conglomerates like Meta and X, who again pose a threat in joining these government bodies or the government in general, and again putting the media in a vicious cycle? Thank you.
Sorry, I missed your name.
It's Vishak.
Vishak, thank you.
Sorry, we have just 2 more questions because the audience is.
Hello. I have actually one contradiction to resolve at first. Say for example, Daniel has said that it's the era of social media and social media has played a very large role in the last election. If we see social media, then always appearance has been more important than facts or the reality, right? So in that case, what Shubharanjan sir has said, that the Hindutva narratives or maybe 370, maybe the major things, those are falling. So my point is, if those were even falling, how important was the fact that those were falling in the era where those could be presented otherwise to the people? So I wanted to know that. And the second question is to Professor Bose. That is, so when you were saying that BJP has lost only 1% votes, I think, sir, wherever we are talking about the percentage, we are lacking 2 major information. That is, the amount of vote casted is not equally, seen in 2019 and 2024. In North India, the vote percentage has decreased. In South India, the vote percentage has increased. So in North India, a lot of BJP supporters. I mean, why are we considering that BJP supporters have become non-BJP or non-BJP has become BJP? Sometimes a BJP supporter can just become dominant. A dominant person can just become BJP. So how can we do that with the democracy?
Thank you. And we have the last question.
much for your fascinating, exciting panel discussion. I have a very straightforward question to both Prashanthit and Shoaib. So given the fact that this election was also not an ordinary election, given the fact that just like 2019 was not an ordinary election, from the point of view of the exclusive coverage of the media and essentially it was very much Modi centric and the entire television media and also with the BJP machinery, the social media was also very much favoring. You were actually pointing out that the Trinamool or the Congress apparatus was just catching up. Now this is going to be there in the next 5 years, right? So what's the alternative? Because in the morning we were discussing and Yogendra was actually pointing out that the battle of ideas and the battle of streets, that is probably one kind of thing. And then the BJP has the extra thing of political opportunism from certain regional parties. So just like Nitish Kumar and the Chandrababu Naidu, or if not Chandrababu Naidu, not next election, why YSR would have been, or Mayawati would have been, you don't know. So it's quite an uphill, tough task for the opposition to build a coherent narrative with the kind of maybe a prime ministerial candidate and with a proper, anti-government street protest for the enormous period of time for the next 4-5 years. So I think, what are your take on it, both to Prashanthit and Shoaib?
Thank you. So to the panelists, there are questions directed at you and then there are open questions. Take as many questions as you want to answer, as long as all your answers are within 4 minutes. So you can answer all the questions within 4 minutes or take one question and answer it in 4 minutes. It's up to you, but I think Shoaib should have a go first and then we'll follow accordingly.
Cool. First question, Tanushri is asking about PM candidate. Look, if I was the opposition right now, I would have no PM candidate. I would try and make it into a series of local elections. Should there be a very strong PM candidate? Yes. Should I be a billionaire? Yes, but you just can't create those things. It's a very ephemeral thing to have like remember India, every 6% of the planet is Indian. There are 1.4 billion Indians. To create a national leader for a country this big, nobody knows. You can post that to say why Nehru was so popular and why Mrs. Gandhi was so popular and why Mr. Bush was popular. But if you told me to create a leader today, I don't know what I would do, honestly. I don't think anyone does. It's a very complex and vast system. So right now, till a leader like that emerges or is created or comes up as the opposition, that is the tactic that I would employ, and I think that is the tactic the opposition is employing. And to some extent, this election is a validation of that. Ujjan had a question about social justice. Now look, it's very interesting. So, is this a re-emergence of social justice? Yes and no. There is obviously a re-emergence of what is, what we would classically see as social justice in places like UP, places like the South. But you must remember, from the bottom up, the BJP is not inimical, or many of its backward caste voters do not see the BJP, voting for the BJP as against their social justice interests, right? So that is actually the BJP's great strategic success. The way they were presented in North India is Mandal, Kamandal. So, in the early 90s, you had this binary of is it Mandal or is it Kamandal? But the BJP's great strategy was, it is Mandal and Kamandal. So the BJP bought in these backward castes saying, we will give you a share of the pie that you're not going to get with the SAPA, you're not going to get with the BSP. So in a way, if you look at it from their point of view, say you look at it from, people from the boatman caste in UP, it's not like when they're voting for the BJP, they are giving up their social justice platform. So they are choosing between different sellers, and the BJP was a good seller at that time, and today it's not. So it's I think more complex when you look at it from that point of view. And to some extent, as observers, especially the opposition, we must understand this, because we must not pontificate. We must not go and tell someone on the ground that, oh, you don't know what your social justice thing is. You've got it wrong. that woman is a smart woman. She knows what she's doing when she's voting in a certain way. I mean, she has more information about her circumstances than I will ever have. So I can at best understand why she's doing what she's doing. I don't think I have a thing to say that you are voting against your own interests. That's number 2. Number 3, Vishak had raised, excuse me, the point about fact-checking platforms. So fact-checking platforms, I think, are super important in an age where misinformation is so on the ascendant. But like I said earlier when I was talking, it is also has a limited, unfortunately, political use. It is not a replacement for politics. So, I mean, some people think that it is incredible, which I'm a huge fan of. Or any great journalism which is in itself a fact-checking enterprise. It is not, it is journalism, it is fact-checking. It is not a replacement or a competition to the BJP. It is only the Congress, it is only the CPM, it is only the Trinamool, it is only the, you know what I'm saying? It is only the DMK that can be competitions to the BJP. So you can only have a contest of political narratives. Fact checkers can produce one input over there, but that's all they can do. Right. And Moidul, basically, again, that's a big question. I think Moidul raised whether the opposition, what sort of success can they have? I think it's easy to be depressed, especially it was in the run-up to the elections. But I think, this is something that I've always written in my writing, that, for example, our constitution lays out a whole series of checks and balances. I think none of that holds. But the one truly check and balance that does hold, at least till now, is elections. Because India is so vast and India is so varied and India is so variegated and India is so, India is such a union of states that elections do hold a check. And it is very, very difficult, even for an immense machine like the BJP to win an election. They are really pulling out all the stops, they're doing everything. They're doing all the fake news and all the Manga Sutras and all everything, but yet they're not reaching half a mark. So that is a huge, that should be a huge, always a boost to the opposition. That if we keep on going at it, if we keep on nurgling away, one day there will be a change. One day there will be a time when the power change. And we've seen examples of that in India. We've seen national examples of the Congress's decline. In West Bengal, we've seen examples of the left's decline, right? So, what seems permanent in this time, because of voting, there's always a sunset to it. I'm going to hand it over to Prashant.
Steve. Yeah, I'll start with the gentleman's point. Yeah, I think that if you followed my argument, that is precisely what I was trying to say. That if you look at the overall number, it's just a less than 1% decline. So as if nothing has changed from the percentage vote share basis. But seat-wise, it was a huge drop. 63. It doesn't enjoy a single majority anymore. So why is it so? That is why in a vast country like India, and I think especially students of political science should understand that a Lok Sabha election in India is actually a sum of many elections. There are at least 25 to 30 elections taking place at various states, and that's what I was trying to show through the data, that in some certain states you actually had people. Say for instance Rajasthan, you actually had quite a few lakh people who voted for the BJP in the assembly polls held just months back, and then who voted for the Congress in the Lok Sabha. You actually have it. But there were many other states where it did not happen. In neighboring Madhya Pradesh, even more people voted in the Lok Sabha for the BJP than they did in the same assembly election round. So different states voted differently. In some states what you said happened. Overall, no, it did not happen. That is what I was trying to tell Professor Das Gupta, that is where I disagree with him. That I don't think that, yes, Hindutva has got a setback in this election, but I think we'll be living in denial by saying that they have not won. Of course, they have won, they have formed the government, and they have won back Haryana. So I think that let us not kind of overestimate what the opposition has achieved. So I agree, their hegemony is still there, the battle is still on. So I agree with you there. But there are states where it did happen. So you have to learn from there. In West Bengal, their vote share went down. So, then I think, just correct me if I have read your question correctly, but if your point is that what is fundamentally different from what Advani, Vajpayee, Hindutva represented and what Modi represents, I think that two ways to answer that question. One is, the factual thing that, they didn't have majority. It was a different time. It was a different time nationally. The opposition was at a different level. Congress did not get as distributed as it got during UPA 2. The left was far bigger, stronger force. The leadership also was a seasoned and very astute leadership within all these parties. I think Sonia Gandhi's leadership is sorely being missed. The left misses the leadership of Harishan Singh Surjit, Jyoti Basu and so on. And the younger generation of within these parties will have to go through the grind to develop that level. So that's one aspect. But at a theoretical level, I think the difference ultimately is between proto-fascism and fascism. And the point is that, I don't know how old you are, but maybe 20-30 years down the line, when you have the rise of, say, some other right-wing lunatic, then that fellow will make Modi look, for instance, what is happening in the United States now. Even the Democratic, Obama and Michelle Obama finds George Bush to be a, they are enamored by George Bush nowadays because of what Trump has to offer. So same with Modi and that guy, and then there will be Yogi, there will be somebody else who will make Modi seem like this reasonable and just moderately conservative man. So that's the whole logic of right-wing politics. If you don't fight proto-fascism, then fascism will come, and if you don't fight fascism, then then I don't know what is next. So that brings to Rajashida's important question. It's a very deep question. It's a very serious issue. I don't have that kind of time to elaborate on all the complexities of that aspect. But I think the short point which I want to make is, and I would invoke Evo Morales of Bolivia when he was asked this question. Evo Morales' father was a member of a communist trade union. So Evo Morales gave this answer that they used to think that the communist revolution will happen in that country where the non-indigenous people who are Marxist or who are radical will come to power, state power, standing on our shoulders. So what has changed, he said, is that only this equation has changed. Now that is, he himself was an indigenous farmer, and he said that we have now come to power riding on their shoulders. I think that something like that needs to happen in India, because be it politics to social movements to just saying that how many really within the mainstream, large mainstream parties. Chandrasekhar Ravan is very inspiring, but I don't think Chandrasekhar Ravan is the solution to the problem. Why can't parties, mainstream parties, opposition parties like the Congress, like the left, or these parties which we think are the more commonsensical alternatives to the far right spectacle that we are witnessing today in our country, why can't these parties be led by people from these sections, by leaders, organic leaders who have come up? I think that way, I would say that what the Congress did was a welcome thing by electing Mallikarjun Kharge as their national president. But much more needs to be done. We need more OBC leaders, we need more women leaders, we need more Adivasi leaders, we need more Muslim leaders, and they should come to lead mainstream political parties and who are opposing this. I think that is one very important aspect. There are many other things, but this much I would say. Finally, I just want to respond shortly to Moidul's point. I think if he is trying to ask that where do you see this hegemony, what is the basic contradiction or contradictions where you see a break, one can see a break. well, many things may happen. I'll give you my short take. I think that the biggest problem which this government will encounter, sooner or later, is what they are doing with the economy. I think that, I'm telling you with all responsibility as someone who works with economic numbers, they have been playing a very cynical game vis-a-vis the entire economic data system of our country. It's a very dangerous game to play, because when it goes, what are you actually doing? You are projecting to the world and to the entire set of players in the marketplace a picture which is simply not true. And if you keep on doing it, now you are saying how are they being able to do it for so long?
Sorry, Prashant, your 4 minutes are over 4 minutes ago.
So my short point is that I think that they will not be able to handle the economic distress will increase, leading to more despond.
Yes, we have another. Sir.
The last point that Prashant has made is very, very crucial. I mean, the economic aspect of the entire government. But a second point I would like to clear, it is perhaps my implacable opposition to the Sangh Parivar has given perhaps the impression that I am a bit too effervescent about the opposition. That is not the case. I am a student of history and I know very well the frightening might, terror, power and organizational ability of the fascists. I am well aware of it. It was in Italy, it was in Germany, it was in Spain, and it is now in India. I am aware of it. What I have only said is that in the last election, the India Alliance has been able to give it a jolt. The jolt would have been bigger had they been more united. Nothing more than a jolt. Much, much more needs to be done. And what I would like to stress again is that the majority of the Hindu voters did not vote for the BJP, which means the BJP is not the Thekadar of the Hindu society of India. Another question was raised. What is the personality of Modi? Ambedkar had a personality, Gandhi had a personality, Subhash Bose had a personality. The only important aspect about Modi's personality is precisely this, that he doesn't have a personality. He is a chameleon. And if we have to describe him, we have to go back to Subramanian as a student of literature, go back to letters of Keats who says that a poet is a chameleon. He can be an Imogen and a Iago in 2 instances. Take Modi's attitude towards the Christians. When the Christian bishops entered his room and asked him, please give the basic minimum human prerequisites to stand for me, Modi says, I cannot do anything because I cannot interfere with the affairs of the central government. Imagine. He cannot do a single thing to stand for me. But then when he meets the Christian bishops, in order to win their votes in Kerala, he's all gaga. That is what I'm going to say. He doesn't have a personality. He suits himself, he cuts himself, like his clothes, like his attire, according to each and every occasion. Third, someone makes a point about caste and class. I think Rajesh, you did, I'm not so sure. Well, one of the greatest tragedies of the Indian people's movement is that since its inception, the class and the caste did not come together. And for this, I will bring primarily the Indian communists. Ambedkar on his side was very, very open to Indian communists, and he wanted to write a 2-part biography of Karl Marx. But the Indian communists did not take him seriously. The situation has changed dramatically, radically. Mulayam Singh Yadav and Harjit Singh were the best of friends. They are coming together. The greatest Indian communist of all times, along with Kaka Babu Muzaffar Ahmed, EMS Namuzripal, said repeatedly in his columns, caste and class are 2 sides of the same coin. Please do not forget. Lucky, the communists have realized. And it is good that they have realized, because the BJP, as I have said, crafty as it is, powerful as it is, has already made inroads into the Pichre Belt. It has gone deep trying to resist, and the only precondition of this resistance is that the caste and the class, the exploited in both these sections, they constitute the same person, they come together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. We are running short of time. We have the final valedictory session and we have Professor Gunavarti here. So please join hands to thank our panelists for their exciting discussion. They have given us their very insights into Indian politics, made this session lively, and thank you so much on behalf of the chair for sticking to the time, and we wait for the next session. Thank you.
Just one or two minutes, please explain this.
Good afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers and organizers present over here. After today's very exhilarating session on the topic of the 18th Lok Sabha and India's democracy, we now enter into the final phase of our seminar. For that, I would like to call the speakers of our valedictory ceremony, Mr. Shobhanlal Dattagupta, General Secretary, Council for Political Studies, and Ajay Gunavarti, Center for Political Studies, JNU, New Delhi.
Friends, so we start the valedictory session. I had a feeling of apprehension that maybe, thankfully, it's not happening. That is, we started the session at I think 11, and now it is almost 4:30. So, how many people will be there in the auditorium to attend the valedictory session? Because it obviously is a very exhaustive session. And I was also a bit apprehensive about the speaker, and whether we will have the patience to address the valedictory session. Anyway, let me say just a few words without wasting time about Dr. Ajay Gunavarti. He is a very senior faculty member of the Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and is a very busy person. I will not, I'm sure that many of you who are students of Indian politics here are familiar with his books, writings, press interviews, because he has addressed a number of sessions, say through media. And two very important aspects, just I would like to focus on. One aspect is that, and I think he will address these issues, that is the cultural dimension of democracy, Indian democracy. This cultural aspect, that has been my impression, that is this cultural aspect somehow has not been properly addressed in our writings, in our discourses on Indian politics. So that is one very important dimension of his work. The other aspect I think has discussed in his earlier writings, particularly the issue of human rights, violation of human rights. In fact, that reminds me of the writings and contributions of his father, that is Professor G. Hanuval, who in fact was the practical architect of the Human Rights Center, which he built up. Actually, he spent practically a long part of his life in building up this center in Hyderabad, which is very famous In fact, it became practically a sort of hub in regard to the study of human rights, in regard to the research on human rights. So that way he has followed in the footsteps of his father also. So with these words, I will not take any further time. I will invite Professor Bravarti to deliver the benefit. Thank you.
So let me begin, I think it's been an exhausting day. Begin by thanking the Department of Political Science and also the Council for Political Studies, and special thanks to Professor Shobhan Lal Gupta for extending a very warm invite and being a very caring host since the time I've come to Kolkata. So I think much of work has been done by my previous panels and previous speakers, and I'll pick up from where the previous panel discussion left it with this somewhat animated debate between whether the loss of vote share or the loss of seats by the BJP, does it really indicate the decline of Hindutva hegemony, or is it that BJP is losing seats in spite of Hindutva hegemony? I think that's a question that is engaging us in terms of what does 2024 really signify. I think this question of Hindutva decline or Hindutva hegemony continuing actually sidesteps another more significant question which assumes, this question perhaps assumes that what is being said by Hindutva and what is being heard on the ground, there is some kind of a neat alignment. And I don't think there is that kind of a neat alignment. And that's what I think complicates, that's why we all seem to have different versions of how this 2024 verdict really needs to be interpreted. In other words, I'm arguing that the reasons why people are going with far right-wing populist cultural mobilization are fairly different from the way Hindutva wishes to mobilize the social consent they are generating. I think these are two different things, and we need to make a qualified distinction between the two. Part of the problem in much of mainstream analysis has been that we quickly collapse. That is it that people are voting for BJP because of growing Islamophobia? This is one question, and I've consistently argued in my writings that Islamophobia cannot perhaps capture the growing social consent for Hindutva politics. There is more to it than Islamophobia, and in fact Islamophobia is a popular trope, a red herring that right-wing populists wish to set up for the opposition. That while we are caught in Hindu-Muslim binary, there is a lot more that is being reconfigured on the ground. And if we do not make sense of what that social reconfiguration is, we will not make sense of why Hindutva politics. So I will touch upon, because a lot has been already said, what I will do is to touch upon those issues which have perhaps not been touched upon. One is a question what Professor Shobhan Lal also referred to, is that I think what we are really witnessing is a fact that populism and populist mode of mobilization is not an aberration of democracy, but it is actually constitutive of democracy. That I don't think we will do away with populist features. When I mean populist characteristics, I mean question of performance, question of nurture and narrative, foregrounding, question of culture, question of emotions, question of ethics. I think these are constitutive of democracies. It's only in the liberal, technocratic imagination of liberal democracy we felt that populist mobilization becomes an aberration. Populism becomes a problem only when it veers towards one extreme. And there's nothing constitutive about these features that they necessarily should turn to be authoritative. I think this is another qualified nuanced distinction we need to make when we understand populism. That again, populism and authoritarianism do not necessarily collapse together. That we might have to imagine in times to come, one of the questions that the session raised, future of democracy, we will have to reimagine populism that is not necessarily authoritarian in nature. So I don't think we need to necessarily collapse. Therefore, I think some of these features that Indian democracy witnessed over the last 10 years, I think are constitutive of any democratic process. And therefore, what we are witnessing today, the 2024, is not a decline or disappearance of populism, but that moderation of populism, of veering it away from its authoritarian features, and therefore setting us up for a question of what does the new kind of populism look like. Populism that also talks in the registers of constitutional language. Therefore, for me, I think 2024 has been a phenomenal electoral result, given what transpired for last 10 years from 14 to 2024. I think after 1977, 2024 certainly is a phenomenal electoral result. But the way I am interpreting the 2024 election result is, Professor Pradeep Basu is here. I had an earlier occasion to speak on his platform on this, the idea of the unicorn democracy, where I think the question really is that on the ground, people seem to be demanding both nyaya and asta. I think there is a demand for both constitutional rights, question of dignity, as well as question of recognition and culture. Political parties and political discourse has been presenting this as an either-or case. That either we present you in terms of the language of social justice and constitutional principles and constitutional rights, or there is this question of culture, recognition and dignity. But I think the people are demanding both. They in fact want constitutional principles and constitutional language to be framed in popular cultural, local cultural media. And this is what I am referring to as populist constitutionalism. And there is a need to reimagine, different from the way liberals have framed this question on one end, and different from the way post-colonial scholarship has framed on the other end, where constitutional principles stand for some kind of a European imagination that has come from outside and did not find fair soil, deep soil, and therefore it's only about communitarian. I think that misreading partly has cost us the results in 2014. What people are clearly demanding on the ground, as I see, is a local cultural idiom with question of constitutional rights. Therefore, if you read the result closely, I think there is this demand for both the imaginations. That the question of reservations, question of Ambedkar as symbol of social justice, question of constitutionalism mattered, and that's why it brought down BJP. But one should also not forget that getting 240 seats for the third time in first past post system is no small success. But that 240 for me does not symbolize Islamophobia, does not merely symbolize communalism, but that symbolizes this foregrounding of communitarian sensibilities, foregrounding of certain cultural politics. And when I talk of culture here, I talk in terms of cultural sense of belonging. That I think after post-neoliberal globalization, in post-Westphalian context, human beings being deeply temporal creatures, I think we are all looking for our civilizational roots, sense of memory and sense of history, and I don't find that problematic in any sense. I think that's a very valid question for social communities to raise, and therefore that is the vision that people are reading into Hindutva's project. Whether Hindutva is wishing to do that is a different matter. That it is this deep sense of belonging in a neoliberal global context, in a post-Westphalian context, people are looking for cultural roots, and Hindutva's project, in terms of the cultural idiom that it uses, people seem to identify that sense of cultural belonging in Hindutva's project. Hindutva, on the other hand, is not limited to giving a sense of cultural belonging. It wishes to convert this sense of cultural belonging into toxic majority. I think we need to make a nuanced conceptual distinction between people's need for cultural, and that's one reason why perhaps we make this confusion whether there is a decline or swinging of Hindutva with the 2024 signifies, because that question will not capture what is happening on the ground. Because what is on decline and what is the continued support for Hindutva, it cannot be framed through the question of cultural majoritarianism. And that has to be framed in this sense of a deep sense of cultural belonging that is present through the discourses of religion, community, myths, mythologies, memory, cultural codes, so on and so forth. So I think if we make this nuanced distinction and understand 2024 as a counter narrative that people are setting up against the dominant narratives cutting across political parties. They are refusing to take this either or choice that the ruling elite seems to be pushing down people's throat, that either you get constitutional rights or you get cultural. Because I strongly believe that culturalization project also represents an important turn in the life of democracies across the globe. I think the massification of democracies, the plurality and diversity of democracies entering into the portals of democracies, for me signifies, is what is being signified through this project of culturalization. I think there's an important turn why democracies across globe are knocking at the door of liberal democracies, and one of the senses in which this massification is getting represented and why technocratic liberalism is not able to hold them together is that we have been talking about diversity, plurality, unity, diversity. But romance from a distance is always good, it always looks romantic, but when it actually arrives, that moment of equality, that moment of plurality, that moment of diversity, when they actually begin to actualize into concrete experiences, they will not look like the way they look in terms of abstract principle. I think this is a moment where plurality, diversity is really knocking at the doors of, and that's where liberalism is collapsing. Though liberalism did stand for plurality and diversity in terms of abstract principles, but I don't think it had the capacity to accommodate in terms of concrete practices, the ideas and the experiences that come with diversity. And therefore I think we need to take this cultural mobilization seriously and interpret it beyond the interpretation that is being offered by Hindutva. I think part of the problem with progressive left secular interpretation is that our interpretation of culture is itself confined to the way Hindutva wants us to interpret culture. That all of culture is neither conservative, invoking all of culture is not necessarily majoritarian. I think once we make this distinction, we will then understand, and once we understand that culturalization of democracy is a necessary step or necessary route towards massification of democracy, of diverse communities, Dalits, OBCs, regional, linguistic differences knocking at the door, it will happen in local cultural leaders. And that needs to be taken seriously. It is the liberal, technocratic, secular, progressive, dare I say even left interpretations of this is what is perhaps paving the way for Hindutva to allow this culturalization to take a top sector. That if we can acknowledge it in different registers outside majoritarianism, outside majoritarian psyche, outside this blanket language of Islamophobia, then I think we will be able to make a different sense of the process on the ground. This I think is going on also because I think there's complex sociological changes that have come on the ground, and I have written some part of it. And one important change that I will bring to your notice, some of the other changes have been touched upon my previous speakers, is one important shift that I think has been missing in today's presentations and discussions has been the category of caste. That what has happened to category of caste post neoliberalism? The category of caste has always been framed through the identity version and through the politics of difference model. But what is happening to caste in the last 10 years? And that's where Hindutva's mobilization becomes important. That's why I feel that we should look beneath the radar. Hindutva set up a radar. We don't have to get caught in what it is projecting. We'll have to read it in between the lines and read beneath to understand what is that there is a shift from secularization of caste to what I refer to as culturalization of caste. Caste is today being mobilized on the ground in terms of a way of life. Caste not in terms of differences, caste not in terms of hierarchies, but caste as a way of life. In terms of preserving your food habits, your nature of marriages, nature of memory, cultural practices, occupation, so on and so forth. And this is resonating on the ground. The caste as a way of life is an important template of how Hindutva is mobilizing caste groups. And therefore this shift that we are seeing of Dalits, OBCs, tribals cannot be explained only through growing anti-Muslim sentiment. This culturalization of caste today, for various reasons, is being read by communities as far as I can see, through a sense of empowerment, through a sense of a new kind of a dignity being bestowed on them. Conventional reading, again, of secular progressive scholars is that we have far too long seen this process only through cause of colonization and assimilation. But that's not how people are perceiving it. That I have done some surveys in Telangana in the tribal areas. Tribals readily are willing to have greater integration. Now, why should this be so? I think it's a very, very complex question. A quick hand reply would be that when we are talking about integration through market and forms of governance, communities I don't think would want to remain in terms of, to remain in a very provincial sense. That they would also want some certain kind of a cultural integration. So today, to be part of a larger Hindu identity, I think it becomes one of the imperatives for how communities see their sense of social mobility. Now, will BJP and RSS not convert this into hierarchies, reinforcement hierarchies? Yes, I have no doubt on that. They would do that. But I think again, conceptually we need to make this distinction that why communities are walking into readily, why the Hindu mobilization and Hindu identity is why people are willing to resonate with that mobilization is different from what RSS wishes to do with that mobilization. These are two very, very again distinct. If you collapse the two, then we will not make sense of why subaltern castes, which we think would not align with the conservative right-wing mobilization. Because the way people are perceiving this culturalization of caste, we see it, which is not that it is completely misplaced. That is the RSS BJP's agenda, which is again clearly reflected in your national education policy. Look at the Vishwakarma program, that today states are funding caste-based occupations. Potters are being funded, carpenters are being funded, and this is not happening only in BJP funded states. This is happening in a state like Telangana, where there is no BJP. Telangana government brought in the policy of caste-based occupations funding, that they are telling barbers will modernize your profession. Why should you have your profession under a tree? We will give you a modern civil. They are telling potters we will give you modern machinery. Because not everyone can afford higher education and get government jobs. Why not dignify? And if you remember, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat sometime back gave a statement that the problem of unemployment is related to problem of dignity of labor in the Indian context. So they are raising a very, very important, significant point that how dignifying caste occupations, dignifying caste culturalization, I think is becoming an attractive project. We can ideologically, of course, read that there is a danger that this project will reify the caste hierarchies and provide higher education for caste Hindus and then push back the Dalit Bahujans back to their caste profession. But that's not how that is being perceived in India. So that's one important dimension, but that's not the only thing they are doing. They are also mobilizing against intermediary elites. I've just been to Haryana and come back. And again, the perception and the viewpoint that we get from Delhi, from secular progressive elites, is completely different from the way it's being perceived on the ground. The people on the ground, because Haryana was one case where BJP completely misgoverned. These were there was farmers movement, there is Agniveer scheme, and there was of course those sexual harassment against the residents. So Congress was very convinced that this time it's going to win with more than 70 seats. The Congress lost there. Of course, it's not merely about final, last minute mismanagement. What needs to be also explained is that BJP's vote share did not fall, and BJP retained in spite of that mismanagement of, including. So what is happening here? The point is that when I spoke to Dalit and OBC respondents on the way they did not see farmers' movement as a resistance to neoliberal fascist government. They are saying that this is the protest of the privileged. So one of the respondents, Dalit respondents, asked me, "आप बताइए कौन 2 साल तक प्रोटेस्ट में बैठ सकता है जिसके पास समय है और जिसके पास पैसा है?" So पैसे वाला ज्यादा पैसा मांग रहे हैं और बीजेपी सही कर रहा है. This is the party point that is completely. I was taken aback by this. So they are. If you look at BJP strategy, they have made Rajput the primary enemy in Gujarat, Marathas the primary in Maharashtra, and Jats in Haryana. I mean, this we need to consider whether transformative or not, at least has transformative optics. Similar was the case with Agniveer. That I thought that, okay, farmers is a Jat protest, people are angry because it is Jats are the dominant proprietary class. How do you explain Agniveer scheme? The Agniveer scheme, people said that Mr. Huda distributed all the jobs, the army jobs within Jat community. He was known as the chief minister of 2.5 districts. And Dalits and Bahujans in the Ahirwal area of Haryana told me, first time under BJP, the lower end Agniveer jobs are reaching OBCs. And they are reaching without paying corruption. So look at the nature of change. In Congress, you have a permanent job for well-to-do castes. Under BJP, you have a larger reach for poorer sections, but a temporary job. People said this is much better, at least something is reaching. We don't care if it's permanent or not. So they are exchanging. That notion of permanence itself becomes a kind of a social elite language. And they said that if they have to give a larger section, jobs have to be temporary. But the important point is they said they are getting jobs without paying corruption. And third was the resilience issue. Most of them either feigned ignorance or they were silently rejoicing. Some in the Ahirwal belt, many OBCs said that हमारे औरत के साथ एक डेली होता आप नहीं आते हो, जाट औरत के साथ आया आप दिल्ली से उतर के इधर आ गए पता लगाने की या महिलाओं के साथ क्या. So this is no longer a gender question. Sitting in Delhi, this looks like a gender question, but that's not a gender question. It's a question of Jat Mahila. This is not a gender question. And there is a silent rejoice on the ground that to see an elite women being dragged on the streets, and my own reading is that spectacle of regular women being misbehaved, I think the spectacle deliberately put up and allowed to fester on the national media. That this allowed this consolidation of Dalit, Bahujan and tribals in Haryana. For 6 months watching in and out, dominant social groups being dishonored in that way. This reminds me of William Rex's book, Mass Psychology of Fascism, where he says fascists mobilize by mobilizing a mixture of rebellious emotions and reactionary values. And this is a clear, Haryana was a complete fit case to understand William Rex's formulation that the emotions that they are mobilizing are actually rebellious emotions. They are transformative emotions. The fact that for the first time they are able to question socially dominant caste groups, but with reactionary values where they even sanction sexual misbehavior against women dominant. So I think therefore one has to understand how this plane of culturalization of caste, questioning and knocking down of the dominant proprietary intermediary caste with Hindu unity. This is the game where much of Hindutva is happening. It's not Hindu-Muslim, it's not Islamophobia. That's an outlier question. That only helps them in terms of extreme ends of the discourse. But the fulcrum of the discourse is reordering these caste equations, where for the first time I think in the post-independence politics, after the Congress system, centrist model and politics of accommodation, for the first time you have a bottom-up mobilization against the dominant elites. The problem is that it is a reactionary mobilization. It is not that RSS wishes to empower any of this, but it is a long-term strategy of the Hindu Rashtra would look something like this, where the dominant social caste that can actually put up a resistance to Hindutva assimilationist project have been disempowered. Whether it is the Yadavs in OBC, whether it is the Jats in the intermediate, these are the castes that are being disempowered by mobilizing castes which are way below the caste hierarchies, simultaneously making the weaker castes vulnerable. I think Agniveer, symbolically and otherwise, is a classical case to understand Hindutva laboratory. That you weaken the dominant caste by snatching away the Agniveer schemes from Jats, but give them to Dalit Bahujans on a temporary basis of 4 years, which also means there is inclusion with vulnerability. What therefore happens is that it creates a need for this strong man, it legitimizes this strong man, and therefore the way people are perceiving Mr. Narendra Modi on the ground, while we feel here that his model of authoritarianism, people on the ground feel is a model of an authoritative mode of government. Somebody who can deliver it to us. It is the first time that these jobs have come to us, which means that he is a decisive, authoritative leader. This, again, conceptual distinction between authoritarianism and being authoritative. That people are saying that service delivery will improve if Mr. Modi is there because he is the one mobilizing us against dominant social elites. What people are not obviously perceiving is that while these old patronage networks they are allowing them to break in a certain sense, they are superimposing a Hindutva deep state model from top end. But as of now, I think it is difficult for people to experience that deep state because that experience is being filtered through their immediate experience, which is more in terms of immediate breakdown of patronage. I mean, if you take Haryana as a case study, they are feeling that at least we are getting a relief from Jat domination. But the fact that a supra-surveillance state, a state that is completely centralized, will put in place where all communities will have to come under submission, is something that as of now looks remote to their experience. And therefore, Hindutva project is dangerous, not because of easy tropes, but how do we counter this kind of a project that is actually based on some kind of transformative optics. Therefore, all that critique that we offer of institutions, of constitutionalism, lack of rules, all that when it percolates down to the subaltern, it looks like we are somehow reinforcing the existing hierarchies, that old form of governance which was beyond reach for them. So a lot of the secular progressive critique, when it goes down to the ground, it gets re-signified. Therefore, we'll have to also be conscious that how do we not make our progressive, transformative, secular left critique not look elitist on the ground. For that, therefore, I am saying we'll have to marry the local cultural idiom with our concern for rights, dignity and constitution. And I think this 2024 verdict precisely does that. That they do not want to let go the claim for cultural inclusion through local cultural idiom and culturalization of caste, but they also want nyaya. They also want rights. They also want dignity. This is where I think our difference with post-colonial writing, that it is not that they do not want legal recognition. It's not that they do not want to speak the language of rights. They want reservations. They want those legal protections. Political parties are now offering this as either or. It is social justice versus cultural politics. I don't think people are willing to accept that because they do not see either of the project independent of these dimensions as a project that is democratic. I don't think they see mere culturalization minus social justice as democratic. Neither do see social justice and progressive economic policies, independence of communitarianism as being progressive. That's the reason one of the strong points of Modi government has been culturalization of their entire economic policy. I did an entire piece in the Development and Change Journal explaining this, how there is complete culturalization of economic and social policy. Now economic and social policy is not independent. One quick example on this is the Vishwanath corridor. That they're linking, Nehru said dams are the modern temples. Now temples are symbols of modern development. Now you connect tourism to infrastructure and development. They've simply upturned that logic. And this culturalization of economic policy immediately is inclusive. It gives a cultural sensibility on the ground that this language of distinct model of development from top down, this entire development planning critique that we had, I think it collapses that critique. So it brings development, which is capitalist in nature, closer to home through its culturalization project, by linking it to temples and so I will conclude by arguing that we need to make this kind of a renewed sense of what I am referring to this as a need for a populist constitutionalism. That I think today there is a need for us to reimagine beyond this mutually exclusive imagination of constitutionalism versus communitarianism. That we need for this, I think one way where we need to begin is, I think it did come up in some of the previous is, to understand culture as solidarity. That culture is about a lot of prejudices, but culture is also essentially about solidarity. And people are looking for those new forms of solidarity. So I'll conclude by arguing what should the new mode of a future of democracy really look like in the Indian context. And I would say that we should be talking about invoking Yogen's language of a third democratic upsurge. That we have had the first democratic upsurge, with OBCs we have the second democratic upsurge. Now I think, Yogen today said second republic, which in effect is that we need a third democratic upsurge, which will have this ability to talk in terms of cross-caste alliances, in terms of cross-class alliances, in terms of recognizing women as independent constituencies. These are, I think, the new aspects that are developing in the... But the question will still remain that how do you explain sectarian mobilization, hierarchical differences with culturalism? How is Hindutva politics able to manage both ends of the spectrum? That's why in the morning in the car, I and Professor Shobhan Lal was saying that if there are any Gramscians in India today, it is Hindutva. They are the ones who understand the project of dialectics very well. How they are able to make uncanny combination of a cultural unity with deepening of social differences and increasing social conflicts on the ground. How is this happening on the ground? I don't think I have made complete sense of this, that how they are able to manage both these dimensions, and my sense is that one seems to be feeding the other. That the growing sense of vulnerability on the ground is, I think, being compensated through the idea of Hindu unity and Hindu unification. So I think there is a dialectic at play there in terms of how they are able to manage this. And therefore, the question that becomes pertinent for all of us is that how do we build this conundrum which seems to be very deep. I think what is therefore very deep is not Hindutva and communalism. And I do believe that religious minorities question has to be settled in this sense of the larger changes that BJP and RSS are bringing. So one way to break this conundrum obviously has to be through some kind of moving away from transactional welfareism to some kind of transformative welfareism. And one good example I have in mind when I talk about the third democratic upsurge is something like pitching for a common school system. That universal education, KG to PG, it is this kind of a demand which will lead to a different sense of empowerment that I feel will give us an opening. Whether will that kind of structural transformative welfareism, will it account sufficiently for the need for cultural, what will happen to this whole domain of culture and community within it? How are we going to accommodate that? I think still is an outlier question over which I don't think I have an immediate answer to it. But I think that's the starting point where I see that shift to a wholesome, transformative welfareism, I think will give us an opening, at least a process of social gestation for us to think. Otherwise, Hindutva is hurtling at a very fast pace in terms of reconfiguring all of that and keeping us busy in this Hindu-Muslim debate. But Hindu-Muslim debate, as I see it, is a red herring. And that is not going to carry home Hindu Rashtra. Hindu Rashtra will be reconfigured by reconfiguring caste hierarchies within Hindu society. And Muslim therefore is an outlier question. Of course, Muslim exclusion, Muslim hatred, all that continues, but that religious minority question has to be settled in this question of larger reconfiguration. And this process that our way of dealing with religious minority question, I don't think can come at the cost of this process of foregrounding cultural domain. That it has to not, as of now, our secular concerns look as if we want to do away with the cultural question in the political domain or the religious question in the political domain. But I think therefore we will have to also discuss the religious question of religious minorities in a completely different light. I think one good piece that I read on this is Niladri's predicaments of secular histories in public culture. I think he makes some of these points, but he talks in the context of history. I think we'll have to drag those questions in the context of public domain in terms of how to reframe, because both secular history, secular discourse and communal discourse were both born from question of religious, question of partition. That's not a relevant context for both ends, and therefore we will have to reframe, which is what Hindutva is doing. While it fixes us in this Hindu-Muslim thing, they are proceeding to raise, even as they look at that mobilized hatred towards Muslim, they are the ones who raise a question of Pasmanda Muslims. They're raising question of gender within Muslims. So it is not that they are going to mobilize only Hindu-Muslims, they are reconfiguring, and they want us in Presidency University to be stuck with the question of the secular. I'll stop here, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Guravarti, for this excellent valedictory address. In fact, we started this morning with a keynote address given by Yogindra Jadhav. We end up with the valedictory address given by Ajay Guravarti. And I think the valedictory address is somewhat complementary to you can call it a sort of supplement to the keynote address. For me, it was a very, very rich and rewarding session. I will just very quick focus on two central issues which have been raised by Dr. Ajay Guravarti. The first central issue is that what we have learned from the 2024 18th Lok Sabha election. And related to this issue is another question, that is what are the prospects of democracy for our future. Now, this is a central issue which he has picked up from, say, the kind of theme that we have chosen. And he has reflected on, as I said, and thereby raised two very, very important issues addressing this central theme. The first thing is, and this is somewhat, this is a kind of observation which we normally do not come across in our discussions on, say, BJP, RSS, communalism, secularism and all these things. The first thing is, as he has said, that is, you cannot explain the rise of Hindutva simply with reference to Islamophobia. what you have to understand is that this is something, whether you call it fascism, neo-fascism, whatever, Hindutva, whatever, it has gone deep into the psyche of the masses. This is something which we have to examine and thereby explore. In fact, he has very rightly focused, in fact not focused, he has referred to a book that is Mass Psychology of Fascism, written by Wilhelm Reich in the early 30s when Hitler came to power. And immediately after Hitler came to power, the book was banned. But that is not the important point. The point is, Reich wrote this book by making a very wide-ranging study of contemporary German society, and methodologically, this is the most important thing about Reich's book. Methodologically, he combined Marx and Freud. By combining the two, he actually arrived at an understanding of the psyche of the German masses, how and why fascism took over, and how the German masses, they were just hoodwinked by this rise of fascism. In fact, at the end of the war, in fact there is a very famous German film that is, when he was focusing on this psyche, that is, yes, the name of the film is I Was 19. That is a famous film. And in that film, there's an episode where a German, not soldier, I think it's a German army officer, senior army officer. So he has been arrested after the end of the war, and the interrogation is going on. And the Soviet returning officer, he is asking that fellow that we learned from your, say, records that you are a student of philosophy, you loved music, you are a great fan of Beethoven and Mozart, and you were in charge of the concentration camp where you sent these thousands of Jews, prisoners, elderly people, children, women to Boston. So how do you justify it? And his simple answer was, I don't know. Now, this is the most terrible thing about this right-wing, you call it fascist or whatever be it, this ideology. This is one answer. And from this he has picked up a lead. I think that is very, very important, and that is unfortunately not addressed in our standard discussion on this rise of Hindutva and all these things. That is, as he has said, that is this dimension of culture. In fact, he has not, obviously, he didn't have the time to elaborate. Nowadays, we are coming across an expression, and which is being widely, say, being referred to by the authorities, those who are in charge of education and culture. That is indigenous knowledge system, I guess. And ours, unfortunately, I think it is unfortunate, we have not been able to properly address this question, indigenous knowledge system. Whenever this term is used, whether it is conservative, it is reactionary, it is actually, it means return to the past, justification of the past and all these things. And this is a kind of understanding which is normally being those who very mechanically say look upon the issue of secularism, modernity and all these things. The problem is that indigenous knowledge system is something, as he very rightly pointed out, which tries to objective lives. I'm not saying this is the agenda of those who practice Hindutva, no. But objectively, it generates a kind of outlook which, as he has very rightly pointed out, that those who are, say, victims of neoliberalism, neoliberal modernity, they are looking for a way out. They feel persecuted. They feel insecure. Now, what is the way out? Two things. One, they want to safeguard their constitutional rights and freedoms. Second, they want to preserve their own culture. They want to justify, they want to say, look for, they want to defend the cultural security, security in the cultural sense. And for that they want to say, they want to live in a system which will give them, say, security in terms of their local culture. And that is why, or that is how caste becomes, culturalization of caste, culturalization of democracy, in terms of local idioms, in terms of local culture, that becomes very important. There are two problems which follow from here. And one has to be, of course, very, very careful about that thing also. Because otherwise the whole thing will be hijacked, and it is being already hijacked by the practitioners of Hinduism. One is that if you begin now to celebrate your culture, to celebrate your local idioms, to celebrate your, say, local values and all these things, to the exclusion of the macro, saying that anything that has been generated from the West, that has to be dumped. That becomes a problem. This is exactly the thing that was, that was in fact in the year 1998. That lecture somehow is not very widely referred to. That lecture was delivered by Professor Amartya Sen in the year 1998 in Oxford, Reasoning Before Identity. That was a very small lecture. I don't know why it is not there in the argumentative Indian or identity and violence. His writings of Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen specifically referred to this problem. And from the way Professor Sen raised this question, one thing becomes very important. That is, you attach importance to recognition, but don't convert recognition into celebration. That's the very, very important thing. Because unless we are aware of this problem, it may give rise to a very, I would say, serious question, and that may ultimately be killing for democracy. What is that? In the non-Western countries, and to some extent I would say post-colonial theories and these things are also, to a large extent, I am not blaming them. They are very, very important issues. But to a large extent I would say post-colonial theories are responsible for that. That is, while fighting the West, while arguing that whatever that is the West has generated a notion of Eurocentrism, and from there you pick up this issue, the notion of Asian values. That is, those things, those issues, those values, those idioms, those vocabularies, these things which are relevant for the West, they are not relevant for India. India, or say, non-Asian, non-European countries. Asian values, in Asia we didn't have the Western notion of democracy. We never practiced it. So authoritarianism, which is taboo in the West, well, authoritarianism, we don't call it authoritarianism. We call it something quite natural. So, for the West, democracy may have a sacred value. For us, it's not. So you pick up this notion of Asian values. That becomes a problem. So these are some of the questions that have been raised by Dr. Ajay Gravati in his lecture, and I would finally end up this session by giving a formal vote of thanks. I would like to first of all thank all the speakers. I would like to thank all the listeners. I would like to thank the authorities of presidency universities, especially the Vice Chancellor's office, which has extended all possible cooperation to us for organizing this day-long seminar. We thank the Department of Political Science, the faculty members, the non-teaching staff. Everybody has worked overtime to make this seminar successful. And with that, I would like to conclude today's session. My final vote of thanks to the speaker who came all the way from Delhi and has stayed in the city, has come here to deliver this excellent address. And with that, again, a very big thank you to all of you. And with that, I conclude this seminar. And at the end of the day, just to refresh you, there is arrangement of tea.